Sometimes it takes a minute. There we go. Hello, hello, hello. We're going live. Hello, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Oh, and I have just entered for the love of caregiving. We are here to bring a plethora of speakers today that have joined us. You can see some of them on stage. Wave at the people. Wave at the people.
Good
Hello.
morning. Good
Good
morning.
There they
morning.
are.
Good
They
morning.
waking up. Listen, they waking up. It's Saturday morning. They waking up.
Yes.
Here we are. We're going to bring to you some wonderful speakers today. Love of care. This is our second annual summit. We're coming to you to bring you all wonderful, and not just that, they're to share their expertise, what they do. That we have family caregivers, we have professional health caregivers. So we want you to listen. Get your pen and your paper because
Mhm.
someone on this platform is going to come and share their story with you, but not just with you, for everyone. If you are not a caregiver, someone you know is a caregiver, I'm sure. So listen, stick with us today. We're going to be for about 4 hours. However, each speaker is going to come up individually and share their story. I want you to put in the chat, just put in welcome. Put in the chat welcome. Put in the comment welcome to For the Love of Caregiving Summit. We're here for you today. I'm glad you're here. Aren't y'all glad they're here? They're here to support us. So with that being said, we're not going to delay you any longer. We have our wonderful. Because of StreamYard, you know how technology is, so we're not going to get all caught up in that. What we are going to is bring up our first speaker. Okay, so from there, I'm gonna let the other speakers go down and bring up our first speaker. So everyone's going to have their chance to come up. In the meantime, I am going to talk about our first speaker that's going to come up. We have Judy Amber. Judy Amber is a God fearing woman. She's a mother. She has a veteran. She has been a vet for over 14. How many years, Judy? About 14 so years.
Yes, ma'am.
She's been, she's not new to the speakers game either. She's been speaking for over 2, 3 years that I know of. Judy is going to come share with us her wonderful story about being a caregiver and how you're not the one that's only a caregiver. Caregivers are the ordinary thing. Judy, girl. So here we are once again. We're just going to have you, Judy. We're going to let you share your Judy. I'm going to take it away. Thank you so much, everyone. Us stick and stay. Take it away, Judy.
Good morning, everybody. I want to welcome everyone this morning. It's early, but we're here and we're here together, and it's wonderful to see y'all this morning. So, listen, caregivers, I want you to think about it. When did you first become a caregiver? And if you're a caregiver, I want you to drop in the comments, who do you take care of? How long have you been taking care of them? You see, I realized that I first became a caregiver when I became a mother. And a lot of the times I thought of a caregiver as a doctor, a nurse, someone in the professional field. But you see, as I went through this whole journey of being a mother, you no longer are worrying about just yourself. All of a sudden, you're responsible for this little human being. So, on my journey of being a mother, I ended up, yes, I was in the military. And when I was finished with that career, I got into the healthcare field. I began taking care of clients with TBIs. And if you don't know what a TBI is, that is your traumatic brain injury. From that, I have learned so much. We take for granted life so often until you take care of somebody and you see what they're going through. We have so much to be appreciative for. You think about people in wheelchairs. They lose the ability to walk. Some lose the ability to talk, to communicate. They're not the person that they used to be, and it's heartbreaking. So I'm going to go back and forth a little bit because this all ties together. On my journey as a parent, as the children are growing, I get into the healthcare field with traumatic brain injuries. Now, when you think of your children, they think they're just invincible to things. And we let them go on their little journeys of doing their things that they're doing all the little daredevil things. But it was my 16-year-old daughter who had suddenly became sick. And in a matter of 2 days, she was brain dead. Now, it took a whole different role because I never thought for a second that I would be taking care of my own daughter, that she would become brain dead. I wasn't in the job to learn how to take care of one of my own in that situation, but that's what happened. And although it was very short-lived because she only survived 2 days. Yes, unfortunately, I did lose her in a matter of 2 days. And that, as a caregiver, goes on another journey that we have to prepare ourselves for the grief process of our care, of the ones that we take care of. Because one thing is guaranteed in life: we all have an expiration date. And we don't want to face that a lot of the times, but we have to because it is part of it. As a caregiver, we deal with those things. We lose our loved ones, we lose our patients, our clients, and it's very difficult. But I want you to know that there's life after death. There's your life, that we still have a purpose, and there's still people that need to be taken care of. You know, sometimes I get choked up. I think about the clients I take care of, and I go back to work every day because when I walk in that door and I see the look on their faces, the difference that I make, it is just priceless. It's priceless. Oh, I thought I wouldn't be able to continue being a caregiver after losing my daughter. But it wasn't an option because it's a passion in my heart. And I'm telling you, caregivers, we give so much, and it's important that you also take care of yourself. Sometimes you have to walk back and take that break. You need a break. And then also your clients that you take care of, sometimes they need a break. We're in their face every day, 24 hours a day. We're in their face. They need a break from us too, guys. It's not easy being told what to do, when to do it, how to do it. Imagine the freedom that you have today and tomorrow it's gone. It's a game changer. So I want to leave you with these thoughts. When you're caring for your loved ones, try to imagine if it was you. You can't be in their shoes because we don't know what it's like. We're not actually in their shoes. But the compassion that we have, that we can imagine what it would be like, when you put yourself in that situation, it helps you to become the best caregiver ever because you treat others how you want to be treated. On the last thought, I want you to, in the comments, share ways that you take care of yourself, that you step back. Do you go for a manicure? Do you take a vacation? Do you just go to a movie? Can you shut it off when you leave your job? If you can't leave your job and you're a family caregiver, what do you do to break away? You do know it is important that you have to break away. Being a caregiver, we wear many hats. We're physical therapists. We're mental health. We're mothers. We're fathers. We're brothers. We're sisters. We're ordinary people, just like you. And at any given time, it could be us. So as a caregiver, when you're out there and you're doing this, I want you to always remember, what if it were me? And take care of everybody with a full heart filled with love and compassion because it's not easy. Guys, My name is Judy Amber, and it has been a pleasure to spend some time with you here this morning. If you have any questions, drop it in the chat. I'll be happy to answer questions. I love you guys. Miss Sherelle, back to you, and thank you.
No, thank you, Judy, for joining us. Let me just share something with you. This is so wonderful, right? Judy Amber just came and shared with us how you have to put on your mask of being a caregiver sometime, and then just sharing what's going on in her world as a caregiver. Dealing with, I'm going to let you go back down for a minute, Judy. But you know what? Thank you so much, Judy, for sharing that with us, that being a caregiver, they're ordinary people too, just like you, just like me. Thank you so much for sharing, Judy.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So listen, let me tell y'all something right now. This thing called caregiving is worldwide, okay? This is a global thing, hence the name Global Caregivers Network. We're not just in this by ourselves. This is around the world. As a caregiver, we already know that it's not just us, it's our family members that we take. You have a lot of people like myself that's in the healthcare professionals, been in the space for over 20 plus years as a registered nurse, and it does not stop. Even when I get off from work, I'm still working. So know this, as a caregiver, you take care of you first. And caregiving is not selfish, it's selfless. Put that in the chat. Caregiving is selfless. Anytime you put someone before yourself, I mean, literally taking care of them day in and day out, yes, that's selfless. And that's the kind of love that God wants us to have, to love on people regardless of what's going on in their life. Believe this, you was chosen. It wasn't by choice. You had to do it. God chose you to do it. So you ask yourself the question, why me? Why me, Lord? Why me? You was chosen to do it. He knew exactly who needed to do it. Everyone is not in caregiving for the right reasons, but God chose you. You have a caring heart and you're selfless. So, with that being said, we're going to move on to our next wonderful speaker. I mean, stick and stay. I hope you have your pen and your paper because we have a plethora of speakers that's coming forth to share their wonderful story with guess who? You. You're the one that's supporting us, and we thank you for joining us this morning. You could have found something else to do, but because of the wonderful people that's on this platform, you chose to come in and support them, and we thank you. So guess what? Coming to the stage next. It doesn't stop. It gets better and better. Okay? So coming to the stage next is our wonderful, wonderful speaker, Paula Mueller. Paula Mueller, she is the founder of Socio V Company. I'm gonna let her share her story her way, as far as the technology, that the device that she is using, that she have introduced for the caregiving world for those that's distance caregiver. She has a lifelong passion for technology applied to healthcare. She got her MS degree at biomedical engineering in Chile, Switzerland. In Chile. Then she left from there and went to Switzerland where she analyzed EEGs to prevent epileptic seizures, followed by her PhD in postdoc work at Rutgers and Parkinson's patients. Paula Mueller, she's also an individual cognitive stimulant therapist, ICST. She also has her dementia sales advisor, DSA, and she's also certified Alzheimer disease and dementia care training. CADC, wait, what is this? CADDCT. It's a lot of letters, baby, but it's real. Okay, she is certified in the dementia arena. She loves what she do. The concept of the social V evolved from her professional background, as well as her strong commitment to family relations and lifetime connections. Social V, what does that mean? That means in Latin to share and unite. It was formed with the goal of keeping those aging in place and their families connected and closer together. I'm going to let Doctor, I always want to call people doctor because there's so much, educational background behind them, right? But Paula Mueller, she has a wealth of information, a wealth of knowledge in this industry with technology. So I'm going to let her come share her story, her way, and she's going to come talk about supporting caregivers through technology. Paula Mueller, take it away.
So, Cheryl, thank you so very much. Good morning, everyone. This is a beautiful morning, and in advance to Easter. So, happy Easter to everyone as well. So, thank you, Cheryl, for your nice introduction. So, Shiavi, as you said, is a Latin word that means share and unite, and it represents the mission of my company, which is to provide solutions that help people share memories, be closer together, united, even across long distances, and in the simplest way. Simplicity is the cornerstone of Sociavi. Caregiving is something I experienced all my life. Growing up in Chile, I observed my grandmother and my mother taking care of each other, supporting each other, and loving each other very much. As many Latinx families, when it comes to caregiving, for those who are sick and the elders, we don't think twice. We just care for them. My grandmother's experience was bringing her mother to live with her and her four children while being a single mother and the breadwinner of the family. In the case of my mother, she took care of my grandmother when she developed Parkinson's, while my grandmother was living over 1,600 miles away. My mother spent several months away from her home providing all the needs of my grandmother. I've been absorbing the experiences of these remarkable women and contributing to the circle of care as much as I can. My challenge is the 5,000 miles distance between us. I've been living in the US for over 25 years. I've been very fortunate to be able to travel and took care of my grandmother in several occasions. And even though it was painful to see her depart, I was with her on her last day. We were all our life we were very close together, and it was a need for me and for her to be closer together on that day. But COVID-19 made it even more difficult caring from afar. In my case, I was unable to visit my parents for a time that I felt enormously long. Like many adult children, we're concerned about the health and well-being of our aging parents, and we struggle to find a way to extend our oversight when we cannot be there, which in my case, as a long-distance child, is a big challenge. Even though people are increasingly relying upon technology to maintain connections with family, friends, healthcare providers, and others, it has facilitated faster and more efficient communication, enabling us to share information, exchange pictures and audio and video files, and even conduct virtual conference with ease. In fact, many medical and service providers are now accessible online, and people have become more mobile. The significance of technology in our life is undeniable, and it was particularly highlighted during the COVID-19 pandemic, when it became essential for us to use technology to navigate and seamlessly transition into virtual environments. Unfortunately, not everyone is able to benefit from these technologies. In particular, the elderly, those with disabling conditions, and others are often unable to realize the technology's potential, being the learning curve associated with these systems or disabling conditions that make these technologies too cumbersome to use. The effect of this is elderly or special populations often feel left behind and isolated from the rest of the world. The mother of a friend of mine was told her, "I feel invisible. Everyone is texting or messaging each other and I cannot." This broke my heart. Several studies have reported that isolation can have severe negative health consequences. A recent report from the National Academy of Science, Engineering, and Medicine points out that 1 in 4 adults aged 65 and older are socially isolated. Contributing factors include living alone, the loss of family or friends, chronic illness, and hearing loss. Isolation and loneliness are major risk factors for depression and have been linked to severe long-term illnesses. Many had compared prolonged loneliness and social isolation with smoking 15 cigarettes per day. It's huge. Social isolation was associated with about a 50% increased risk of dementia, a 29% increased risk of heart disease, and a 32% increased risk of stroke. Loneliness was associated with higher rates of depression, anxiety, and suicide. Loneliness among heart failure patients was associated with a nearly 4-time increased risk of death, 68% increased risk of hospitalization, and a 57% increased risk of emergency department visits. With this, integration and social engagement of the elderly and special populations are critical for their physical and mental health, well-being, and quality of life. It's very, very important. With all of this in mind, I took into account my technical background and decided to develop a solution that would allow me to be closer to my parents at any time and from anywhere, and also be extremely simple for them to use. Simplicity, as I said before, is the cornerstone in order to make it accessible for them. Sociavi was born, a dedicated device that is always on for them to enjoy. It doesn't require a username, password, or an app to choose from, and it allows aging parents and persons with disabilities to maintain the so needed communication and companionship, even in cases of diseases like Parkinson, multiple sclerosis, or dementia and Alzheimer's. Simplicity is key for them to be integrated, and that's what they need. Through Sociavi, communication between the aging adult, person with disability, and their families and caregiver is carried out in a trusted environment that is instant, secure, always available, and effortless. Our Sociavi Connect to Me C2M device allows families to connect with their loved ones far, near, simple, and globally, and they love it. I'm happy to connect with everyone. You can reach me at www.sociavi.com or at my mobile phone 732-822-2785. I truly look forward to connecting with all of you. And now Cheryl will share with all of you a short video showing how Sociavi works. Thank you very much, Cheryl, and to all of you. And I welcome all the caregivers and family members. Thank you so much.
As an adult child, when caring for an aging parent, there is often concern about how they are doing when you are not present. To extend your oversight in these situations, there is Sociavi. Sociavi is easy to use. The older adult receives a dedicated device The Sociavi C2M Connect to Me device, designed to accommodate their needs when their vision, hearing, dexterity, or cognition may be affected. When you, your family members, and anyone who will securely connect with your loved one install the Sociavi companion app on their smartphones, you will be able to instantly communicate with them, no matter where you are in the world, and they do not need to do anything. Through the touch of a button on the Sociavi companion app, your face will appear on your loved one's Sociavi C2M, and you can start interacting with them. Simplicity is the cornerstone of Sociavi. Its setup is as easy as 1, 2, 3. You take the Sociavi C2M out of the box, connect it to the power outlet, and connect the external speakers to the back of the Sociavi C2M. As the Sociavi C2M starts, the first time, you will need to select the Wi-Fi and enter the password. And the Sociavi C2M is ready. The Sociavi C2M has other features, like the brain fitness modules, to engage and stimulate the creativity and curiosity of your loved one. They love it. Sociavi, connecting generations made simple globally for your loved ones. Generations made simple globally for your loved ones.
Okay, Paula, there you are. Thank you so much for that. That is wonderful. And guess what? We need social Ivy. We need that technology, right? For those that have loved ones in different areas, we need this device. Long distance. And you know what, Paula? I just want to say this. Thank you for bringing in the technology that we needed, especially during the pandemic. I'm telling, look how many people there was social isolation. I heard you talk about loneliness. A lot of times it was loneliness that was going on, and that's like the worst thing that we could ever face is being lonely and isolation. So thank you so much for sharing your expertise with the society, which means to unite and share. And thank you for bringing families closer together in long distance caregiving. Thank you so much, Paula. We appreciate you and we love you. And we look forward to this society. I mean, this thing going worldwide. I know it is. So
Yes.
thank you, Paul. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much, Cheryl. It was a pleasure, and I'm looking forward to connecting with everyone. Thank you so very much. And continue with the
Absolutely.
super
Thank
sun.
you. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Let me bring you back up, Paula. This is technology. If you just touch this thing, go ahead and finish your, and I apologize.
No, I
This
just say
technology.
thank you so much, and everything is wonderful, and really the objective of creating Sociavi was to connect everyone with everyone in the simplest way, to bring everyone into the communication and engagement. Thank you so much, Cheryl, for giving me the opportunity to share information about my product and what I want to accomplish with connecting families. Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. You as well. Thank you, Paula, for joining us. Okay, wonderful people. Let me just share something with you right here. That was so wonderful because you know what? We all someone long distance that need this device. Connect with Paula. She gave you the information, what you need, and how to connect with her. If it's not for you, a lot of times things are not even for you. It could be for someone else. So think about someone else that may need that device. And so, with that being said, we're just going to move on to our next wonderful speaker. Everyone is coming forth and sharing their wonderful experience in the healthcare industry and also those that's taking care of loved ones, family caregivers. We all know someone. I want you, those in the audience right now, and also the speakers, put in the chat that you are a caregiver and who you take care of. Whether you are a healthcare professional, whether you're a family caregiver, put that in the chat because I want you to connect with these speakers and also to myself. And I have something wonderful that's coming forth towards the end for those that's interested to come speaking on the platform for our next wonderful summit. So listen, without further delay, we're going to bring forth our next wonderful speaker. Doctor, I want to call everybody a doctor. I'm telling you, it's just in my spirit. But Rena Boston Ranger. Rena is a motivational speaker. She's a trainer. She's a life coach. Rena has been on the scene for a while. She's not new to the speaking arena. She's not new to writing books. Her latest book that she have out is A Cry for Love. And she also received the People's Choice Award for being the best talk show hostess. Rena is an award-winning author. Her work is inspirational and motivational. She has designed numerous self-development workshops and written several workshop songs. Rena is also a missionary. She has taught at conferences, at workshops, within the United States, South Africa, and the Philippines and England. One of her purposes in life is to touch broken hearts and bring healing. Rena is going to come share with us when love doesn't look like love. Love doesn't look like love anymore. Rena, take it away.
Thank you, Queen Sherelle. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. After an attempted suicide, attempted murder, after suffering 2 divorces, God blessed me with my soulmate when I was 51 years old. God revealed through my husband what he intended for marriage. And I have enjoyed every aspect of it. Time would fail me if I tried to tell you fully about the character and the strength of this man. So I'm going to introduce him to you the way he presented himself to me on a date. He gave me a card, and the card was sprayed with his favorite cologne. And he signed the card from a strong Black man with soft, tender feelings. That is the love that I have known, that I came to know after the trauma season of my life. Now, he didn't just call me his queen. He treated me like his queen. The twinkle in his eyes and the smile on his face when he looked at me spelled love loudly. He called me baby. No, that's the reverse. I called him baby. No, that's the reverse. He called me baby and I called him honey. And those were the names that we have known all of these years, not our given names. So about 20 years ago, I pride myself on the communication of my husband. We had phenomenal communication, spoken and unspoken. And over 20 years ago, we sat at the table talking, and my husband looked at me and he said, baby, I want to be so good to you that if anything ever happens to me, you would have no problem taking care of me. Well, at the end of 2016, something did happen. My husband stood at the kitchen sink looking out the window. It was a bright, sunny day. And he turned and looked at me and spoke words that I will never forget. And he was using hand gestures. And he said, "Baby, it just feels like everything in me just dropped out into a bucket." I said, "Baby, what are you talking about?" He repeated it. After we finished talking, I made a doctor's appointment because we needed to understand what he was describing because we didn't understand it. And so at that moment, I intentionally started observing him. And in observing him, I wanted to be prepared to tell the doctor everything he needed to know to help him, to help us understand this crazy experience. Because the doctor was going to help us. The doctor was going to help us. And after he helped us, we would get up and we would just move on. We moved on, but not as we hoped. We've gone from cognitive decline, dementia, Alzheimer's disease, and bam, love no longer looked like love like I knew it. His actions were controlled by that dreadful disease. The twinkle and the smile that made me feel on top of the world, well, it wasn't there anymore. The hands that caressed me were now being raised as a fist ready to hurt and harm me. The arms that softly embraced me and held me up strong, they were gone without a trace. The support, the encouragement, because of who I am today, because of that man's encouragement and support, it turned into mean, harsh, judgmental words that pierced the very heart. But it wasn't him. His eyes, the eyes that we use to speak our love language, they had become cold and piercing, even unfocused. So for the last 7 years, I have loved who he used to be. And every day of this season, he has faced the challenge of learning who I am. Because we never called each other by name. So my name means nothing to him. Our husband and wife relationship means nothing to him. What he responds to is my presence. He knows my presence. And he knows when my presence is not there. So when I thought love had gone away and love didn't look like love anymore, it was just covered. Love was wearing a new attire. It was covered under the Alzheimer's disease. And it was wearing a different attire. And that different attire underneath that Alzheimer's disease, I realized that our love was still present. Our love was still strong. It may not be the same, but it's still there. So I want to encourage every one of you Don't give up on your love. Your loved one loves you, and it is still there. It just may be in a different form and may be covered. So you be encouraged. Thank you for listening to me. You can connect with me through my website, www.firetoinspire.life, or you can join us in the Art of Survivor Clubhouse room on Thursday mornings at 8 a.m. But we just invite you. My products can be found on Amazon and on my website, and I invite you to partake of them. But know that your loved one that don't even know you still loves you. God bless you. Thank you for your time.
Wow. Thank you, Dr. Rena. That was beautiful. Oh my, how many of you, I want you to put in the chat, how many of you is taking care of loved one that has dementia, Alzheimer? They all in that same kind of like category, dementia. That's the final bottom line of it. Dementia. There's different forms of dementia, mild, moderate, severe cases, right? And Rena shared with you when love doesn't look like love anymore. Wow, that's such a profound statement. It's not love anymore. They know you, they just don't know per se who you are, right? And I mean, it's just like, how would you even feel? How can you even function in a situation? It takes a real person to deal with someone with dementia. It really does. So, Dr. Rena, like I said, I'm calling everybody doctor, all of y'all doctors today. And guess what? Love doesn't look like love anymore, but you said something. If you said, even though they may not know who you are, they still love you. Remember that. They still love you, and you still love them. This is literally your husband, your spouse, your wife, your significant other, literally deteriorating right in front of your eyes. Mm-hmm. So, Dr. Rena, we thank you for your patience. We thank you for your love. And listen, you all connect with Dr. Rena. Everyone in state have a website and a way to connect with them. We want you to connect with each of these speakers on this platform. Dr. Rena, even though love doesn't look like love, you still love him and he still loves you. Yes. Come on now. So that with that being said, we love you. It's real what's going on. So I'm gonna let you go off the stage now, but just think about it. When love doesn't look like love. Okay? Thank you so much, Dad. And we're gonna keep this thing going. We're gonna keep it going. So we have more speakers coming forth. I am so excited. Listen, I know y'all out here in this audience. I want y'all to talk to us, engage with us. What have you taken so far away from the speakers? We had 3 speakers so far that came up. The first one was Judy Amber. She spoke about how caregiving it's ordinary. Caregivers, we're all caregivers too. Then you had Paul come up. She came and shared how the Social V, this device that you can use for long distance, right? We know we have a lot of people, a lot of loved ones that are long distance. They're not here with us. They're in situations where they're alone, they're isolated. That is a wonderful device to have where you can still stay connected to your loved ones. And then we just had Rena Boston Ranger come and share her wonderful story about how love doesn't look like love anymore because her husband has dementia. She's taking care of her husband with dementia. Now, I know right now, a lot of you in the audience that knows of someone that has dementia. It may be in the first stage, it may be in the last stages, they can be in between. But we know someone. So we have a wonderful doctor that's coming forth to share her wonderful experience with dementia. This is her specialty. This is what she does. Doctor, excuse me, let me get these doctors right, man, because there's a lot of doctors here. But anyway, Dr. Jennifer Stelter, okay, she has been in the business uh, of working with dementia patients. This is her specialty. So let me just bring up her bio for a minute here. I don't want to go off the script, so to speak, if you will. So Dr. Jennifer. So Dr. Jennifer, she's going to come talk to you about the new model of care, dementia connection model. Like I just mentioned, she specialized in this area. So it's always good to have someone on your platform that specializes in different areas, that do different things, that can come and let you know exactly what you need to do. Dr. Jennifer, she is the co-founder and the chief executive officer, the creator of the Dementia Connection Model, and a dementia expert. Dr. Jennifer is also known as the Oil Doctor. She has a psychology degree and a clinical psychologist for dementia. And she's at John Hopkins Press. She's a John Hopkins Press author. She specializes in dementia care. She has 20 years experience. I think she can come share with us some things, right? I mean, 20 years, she pretty much knows what's going on in that arena. Dr. Stelter has been on the scene for a while. She knows what she's doing. She is a certified, let me get these numbers, these letters together. Because she is let me see, she's a dementia connection specialist, certified trainer, DCSCT. She has a certificate training program, and she also is the author of The Busy Caregiver's Guide to Advanced Alzheimer's Disease. Listen, I just said a mouthful. Dr. Jennifer Stelter, come on stage, girl. Come on and share what's going on in your life, Dr. Stelter. Dr. Jennifer, I just said a mouthful about who you are, what you represent. This is your oral doctor, Dr. Jennifer Stelter. I'm going to let her come share her story her way. Dr. Stelter, Jennifer, take it.
Thank you so much, Sherelle, for having me today. And I am just enamored to be here with just wonderful speakers, Judy, Paula, Reina. I mean, how do you follow that act? But you guys shared just amazing stories and products and tools. And I am just delighted to be here today. And then just to see amongst colleagues that are on the conference and just meeting new caregivers. I mean, it's inspirational to be amongst just awesome people today. So thank you everyone for being on the conference. And thank you, Sherelle, for allowing me to share hopefully some wisdom with everyone here today. And so the introduction, that Sherelle provided, you kind of know a little bit about who I am, a little about our institute. We're a new institute. We actually opened up last year, and we're the very first institute to open our doors to all caregivers. So whether you're a healthcare professional, whether you're a family caregiver, whether you're someone who used to be a caregiver to someone living with dementia, and now you're spreading the love, this institute is open to everybody. We have a vision that, I've been in this industry for a long time. And so I've seen that when caregivers are trained in a quality way, they feel more confident and competent in what they're doing. And that spills over to the person that they're caring for, because that person can then live in their new world freely without constraints, judgments, controls, negativity. They can just be who they want to be who they need to be now in how the disease has changed them. And so with that vision, our mission is to train and educate as many people as possible so they can feel that confidence and that competence. And we come from an angle of providing a lot of non-pharmacological tools, meaning using your hands and your heart when you're caring for people living with dementia. The use of medication for people who are struggling with this disease is just, it's too much. We need to change the script on how we are caring for people living with dementia. It doesn't mean that medication isn't necessary. It just means that we tend to overuse it in our industry. And I'm here with my institute and my model of care to share with you an opening to be able to look at what are other tools that you can use. And so with that said, at our institute, we provide a lot of education and training. If you go to our website, we have a whole resource page where we've been on podcasts. We do blogging. I have multiple publications out. As Sherelle had said, my book is out by Johns Hopkins that came out in 2021 called The Busy Caregiver's Guide to Advanced Alzheimer's Disease. You can catch that on Amazon, Johns Hopkins Press website, caregiving.com, Barnes and Nobles. And actually now it was just newly incorporated in the Alzheimer's Association library, which is very exciting. And we also provide a lot of consultation as well. So we do hope that you'll check us out at dementiaconnectioninstitute.org. But want to dive into a little bit about the disease before I discuss the model of care. More than 6 million Americans are currently affected by Alzheimer's disease. And by 2050, they're actually estimating over 16 million Americans will have been affected. Someone actually develops this disease every 33 seconds. So I'm going to speak to you for maybe about 30 minutes. And in that time, right, about 66 people will have developed this disease. And it is the number one diagnosis in seniors, but we are actually seeing more and more seniors, or more and more people, being diagnosed earlier in their 30 to 50 year range. And 1 in 3 seniors do pass away with this disease, unfortunately. And caregivers, right now, over $230 billion are being spent in costs to care for those living with dementia. And by 2050, they're actually estimating over $1 trillion to take care of those living with dementia. And this is not including the costs that are not reported by caregivers who are unpaid, right? So you can imagine where we need to keep track of when it comes to this cost. And here's an interesting statistic that I wanted to share with you that I came across. 45% of people with Alzheimer's disease or their caregivers are being told of their diagnosis, while 90% of people with the 4 most common types of cancer are being told of their diagnosis, right? So what that's saying is that physicians are more comfortable or more prepared or more educated about cancer rather than dementia. So you can see here, we at the Institute have a lot of work to do. We want to educate as many people as possible, including from the physicians on down, okay? We need to be able to spread this love of dementia education. Now, a little bit about dementia, because, there's sometimes knowledge or information out there that's not always accurate. So we talked about dementia. It is a neurocognitive disorder that spans anywhere from mild to major, as Sherelle had said. But dementia is a descriptor word. It's not the actual diagnosis itself. Dementia means loss of mental functioning. So it's a broad term that describes many forms of dementia. Forms including like Alzheimer's disease being the most common. Frontal temporal dementia, that's the one that Bruce Willis, right, and his family have been talking about. Lewy bodies, right? Vascular dementia. Dementia included with Parkinson's disease. There's a mixed dementia, right? And I can go on and on and on with how many forms of dementia, because can you believe there's actually over 100 different types of dementia? Over 100. So when we talk about this loss of mental functioning, right? These are deficits in various forms of memory, language, learning ability, judgment, and orientation, right? So those are the symptoms, and depending on which symptoms the person has, this is going to lend to which form of dementia the person has. Again, Alzheimer's being the most common, okay? So can you believe over 100 different types of dementia? So when we talk about dementia and this form, right, think about it like the term mental illness, right? That is a descriptor word, but there's many forms of mental illness, right? We have schizophrenia, we have bipolar disorder, we have depression, right? And actually, I spent my first half of my career working in the mental health field. And I transitioned over to dementia care in the second half here of my career. And can you believe this, that my caregiving journey is a bit different, where, where most people become a caregiver, a dementia caregiver, and then they enter into this field, right? And they give back. Where I actually entered in the field because I fell in love with people living with dementia, their families, the staff who were caring for them. And actually, then I had a family member who passed away with Alzheimer's disease. And so for me, it was more about just seeing where there was a need to educate people, talking to nurses who've been in this field for over 25 years, who've said, Dr. Stelter, I have worked in this field and you explain it in a way that makes sense. No one's explained this to me like this before. So I said, I have something here, right? And so when we talk about this disease, right, over 100 forms. And so with that, we've got to be educated. So I developed the dementia connection model because I felt there was a need to not only educate people on what this disease means, but also tools. What are tools that they can put in their actual hands that they can use every day? And so let's talk about the dementia connection model. So I developed this over a 10-year period, trialing it in assisted living facilities, in skilled nursing facilities, for folks at home, right? And it's a framework consisting of 3 pillars. The first pillar is called the theory of retrogenesis. And this was actually researched and coined by Dr. Barry Reisberg, a guru in dementia care who's been here forever. And his research really pointed to the fact and allows us as caregivers to put ourselves in that person's shoes and understand their journey a bit better, where all skills are going to go reversed from adulthood to infancy. This is how we walk, how we talk, how we cope with life, all of our skills, right? And so we have to understand that developmentally, when we're working with someone with dementia, that they are no longer their chronological age. They are developmentally at a younger age. And that younger age, unfortunately, looks like the range of adolescence. And so what that means is for us as caregivers to understand, to lower expectations and not become frustrated with the situation and the person, because we are working with someone who is much younger, or we're caring for, or we're loving somebody who is much younger. You know, Raina put it really good. She said that her husband had changed. He wasn't the person that he was, but that love was still there. And that is absolutely true. That love is still there, because that's not going to go away. How we feel, right? How that person feels with you and how you feel with that person is not going to go away. However, their brain is different. Their skill set is different. And we have to accept that as caregivers and to keep that at our forefront, that when the person can't do the things that they used to do, or their personality has changed, that's true, because they are functioning like they were when they were maybe in their 20s, in their teens, in their adolescence. And you'll get to meet that person and see that person as they digress, right? So that's the theory of retrogenesis. So we have to put ourselves in that person's shoes and we say, what does that look like to be an adolescent? And what that looks like is adolescents actually use their senses to navigate their world, to understand their world, right? So they use what they see and what they hear, taste, touch, and smell. They use all those 5 senses to navigate and understand, right? Think about this, right? When an infant and then a toddler and then an adolescent, right? How do they learn how to walk and talk and go to the bathroom, right? Let's talk about that. How do they learn how to do all that? They don't pick up a book and read it like maybe you and I, how we're educated now, right? That's called factual knowledge, how you and I are educated. They observe, they mimic, they take in, right? And then what they do is they kind of pick up and they start doing it themselves. So it's important for us to understand that as someone with dementia is unfortunately decompensating to a younger state, they are going to observe, they are going to watch and listen and taste and touch and smell their surroundings and pick up what they should be doing, watching you as the caregiver, mimicking what you're doing, right? That's how they're going to navigate their world. So that's the theory of retrogenesis, right? So then we get into, well, okay, I have this information. Senses are the key, right? what do I do? Another pillar of the dementia connection model is sensory stimulation, right? It's using sensory-based tools to connect with them. So always think about, what is the person seeing? What are they hearing? What are they tasting, touching, smelling? Right? Because we want these experiences to be positive at all times, right? So I kind of explained to you a little bit about clinically how the brain is working in terms of it going to a younger state, right? But let's talk a little bit more with that clinical side of what is happening in the brain when we're taking in information in through the senses. That's all processed through the limbic system of the brain. The limbic system houses two very important organs: our amygdala, which really generates our emotions, and our hippocampus, which generates our memories. So you can think about, like, when you've smelled something in the past and then you smell it again here in the present, right? It brings back those memories, right? Because that's the limbic system working, right? So all sensory information is going to be processed in that limbic system, influencing our emotions and our memories, right? So that's why sensory stimulation is so key, because we are going to be able to play on emotions and memories at the same time. But within this is also what's called cognitive behavioral theory, right? I'm a psychologist, as Sherelle had mentioned. And so psychologically, what's happening is when our emotions are influenced and our memories, it actually impacts our behaviors, our outcomes, our consequences, how we act. So if we're feeling a certain way, our behaviors tend to show that, okay? So someone living with dementia, when they're angry, when they're scared, when they're anxious, their behaviors show it, right? They wander, they isolate, they may verbally and physically become aggressive. That happens when they're feeling all those negative emotions, right? So we're going to flip that in sensory stimulation, right? We're going to use sensory-based information that's positive, because we want to influence positive emotions, positive memories, positive behaviors, right? We want them to feel calm, secure, happy, content, right? Excited. Those are the emotions we want them to feel. We want them to associate those memories with you, the caregiver. So when they see you and you're providing that stimuli, right? They're associating that feeling with you, and they want to be around you more. They want to follow what you're doing. They want to connect to you, right? Hence the dementia connection model. And then their behaviors are showing that, right? And so with that said, then you as the caregiver, as you see this connection, you feel secure, you feel confident, you feel competent, right? Because you're like, I got this. I finally found the formula that's going to keep us connected. Because as Drina said, right, that love is still there. So you're going to feel that connection, okay? And the third pillar of the dementia connection model is called habilitation, simply meaning keep using sensory stimuli on a regular basis, every single day, and have structure to it, right? Because as you reinforce their sensory skills every day, right, they're going to keep those skills much longer. And that's what habilitation means, right? So for example, if you're going to use aromatherapy, use it consistently throughout the day. If you're going to use, different forms of visual stimuli, like maybe positive pictures or devices, right? Like Sociavi that Paula had talked about, right? Try to do that every day, right? Have that phone call with Paula Sociavi. Have that, every day consistently, 3 p.m., something like that, right? Because what happens, and what I found in my research with the dementia connection models, not only is it a immediate effect with sensory stimuli, but over about 4 weeks, if you're doing this every single day consistently, that person actually learns what this means. They learn what they should be doing. They learn their sense of purpose, right? Because they are associating those things through their memory, right? It's still there. It can still be there if reinforced every day for about 4 weeks. Briefly, I'll just share with you, I trialed various sensory stimuli in an assisted living for 3 months around a dining process. So we found that, these folks living with dementia in this particular facility, and this is common to the disease, that they were losing their ability to eat. They were losing their appetite, right? Very common with the disease. And so we put a multi-sensory program in with the dementia connection model, and we had astounding results over a 3-month period. 46% of residents in that population increased their food consumption. 54% gained or maintained weight, which is really positive because you don't want people living with dementia to lose weight. And 72%, actually, we were able to discontinue supplemental use, meaning that they no longer had to drink their meals. They were able to eat real food, right? And outside of those amazing, data points, we actually saw residents in that assisted living over about a 4-week period, as I was mentioning, when they were smelling the aromatherapy and they were hearing the music, they knew it was time to eat. So they would actually wheel or walk themselves to the dining area on their own. So staff members, family members who were there didn't have to assist their loved one or their resident to the dining area. They knew how to do it on their own. And so the staff members who, for those residents who really needed help, the staff members could focus on those people and didn't need to wheel or assist or guide everyone to that dining area, right? So we have just wonderful, of course, testimonials from that. So that's the dementia connection model, right? It's basically using sensory stimulation, positive sensory stimuli that you know that person would connect to on a daily basis consistently, right? Those are your tools. So I want to give you some of those tools here real fast. So let's fill our toolboxes, right? We always fill our toolboxes here at the Dementia Connection Institute. Let's talk about visual stimulation, okay? Color is very profound. And I have a whole section on it in my book, right? Lime green is actually the most profound color that you can use. Maybe not the prettiest for everybody, but the most profound. It's actually been studied that it is the longest color that you and I as humans can see. And there's been studies in dementia care that showed that it actually decreases sundowning. And so when we talk about, where could you use lime green, right? It could be what you wear. So if you're a caregiver on a consistent basis using lime green, I've influenced a lot of various senior living communities to shift their nurses and CNAs from wearing traditional white uniforms to lime green uniforms. And it has shown just tremendous results, right? So lime green is a very profound color. Yellow and red, also very profound, especially in the dining process. There's been studies shown that when you change the plateware that the person is eating off of, it can actually increase consumption and maintain attention. So yellow and red plates are very profound, okay? And that's why you think about yellow and red. Where have I seen that before? McDonald's, billion-dollar company, right? Because yellow sustains your attention. Red actually makes you hungry. So kudos to McDonald's. Blue is very calming. So we always recommend light blue walls for the environment, blue objects, if you're going to use those kinds of things, very calming, okay? So those are some positive colors that you can use. But other positive visual stimuli, think about what does the person like to see, right? So are there relaxing scenes that you can either play on the TV or on an iPad, or pictures of relaxing scenes that maybe you've taken over previous vacations, right? Pictures of family, right? So what do they like to see? But keep in mind for you as the caregiver, your facial expression is a visual stimuli. So you always want to try and be as positive as possible, okay? I always say, check things at the door, check your baggage at the door. I understand caregiving is difficult. I've been in that caregiver role, having worked alongside people living with dementia for years. It's tough. It really is tough. But they don't deserve to feel our feelings. What they deserve to feel is our positivity, our calmness. So even if you have to fake it, right, put that smile on your face, because studies do show when you put a smile on your face, after about a couple of minutes, you start to actually feel that emotion, right? So do them a favor, positive facial expressions, okay? Let's move on to auditory. What are they hearing, right? So music has been tested tremendously in this space, and Music and Memory is a company. You can Google them. I think it's musicandmemory.com or .org. Great research has been done, but you want to play music of their era that they enjoy, right? And that will make such profound cognitive effects for them in that moment and longer term as well. So what do they like to listen to for music? What are other things that they like to listen to? Some people find calm from white noise, birds chirping, kids laughing, just the calmness of a family member's voice that they enjoy, right? But also remember your tone of voice. Your tone of voice needs to be calm. It needs to be cheerful, right? It needs to be directed, right? In terms of giving them positivity and joy, light, enlightenment, right? So your tone of voice is very important when you're speaking to them. And when we talk about how you speak to them in a kind of slow, monotone type of voice, right? Not a high, squeaky voice, right? When we do that high, squeaky voice, they tend to have difficulty in hearing that, okay? Let's move on to tactile stimuli, meaning what we do with our hands or when things touch us, right? Tactile stimuli next to olfactory stimuli are two of the most profound stimuli that you can do. Why tactile stimuli? Because tactile stimuli actually starts a process in our brain called neuroplasticity. And when neuroplasticity is occurring in our brain, it's forming new neural connections. And those new neural connections are also creating a cognitive reserve. So think about it like a cognitive reserve is like a bank account, right? We save up our money in a bank account. So here we're going to save our cognition. So when our brain really needs it, it can pull from that, okay? So, but the positive, what we call side benefits here at the Institute, right? Medications often have side effects. Our tools have side benefits. The side benefits of tactile stimuli is that it provides a grounding effect, which means it decreases anxiety and fear and increases attention and concentration. That is the best recipe for somebody living with dementia. Would you agree, right? Decreasing that anxiety and fear, increasing focus and attention. Can't argue with that, right? So what can they do with their hands, right? And what can you do in terms of touching them? Giving them a hug if they welcome it, right? Holding their hand. Now, I always recommend if you go in for a touch, always start with an upper arm touch to see if today they want to be touched, because every day can be a little bit different, right? So if you a little rub on the upper arm there, if they seem to not pull away, okay, you may then go for a hand or a hug or something like that. But, what are some of their favorite hobbies, whether it's cooking and baking, whether it's gardening, whether it's doing art projects, right? Any kind of fidget item, hand exercises, the use of dolls and pets are really profound. Lego play is new on the scene, which is great too. Lego play is something where they're manipulating larger types of Lego pieces and creating their stories through those. So really, really profound there. Moving on to gustatory stimulation, what we eat. What are some of their favorite foods, right? And sometimes our favorite foods are not always the healthiest. So think in moderation, but make sure that they do get their treats, right? But we can take this beyond that, because if they did like to cook or bake, they can help in that process by maybe stirring things or adding things to the bowl, right? They can do taste testing. But it's really important that through gustatory stimulation, that we are hydrating them, because when the person becomes dehydrated, that is not good for their brain and body. So many unfortunate medical things can occur, as well as psychological things. So we want to make sure that they're hydrated. I recommend there's these jelly drops that came out of Canada by a company I think called Pattinson's. And those are little drops that go in the mouth, they dissolve, they taste like candy, but they're sugar-free, which is great. And they dissolve quickly and have a nice taste to them. So if your loved one or your resident, your patient, your client, if they're struggling with that, I recommend those jelly drops because they're wonderful. But make sure we're hydrating, because people with dementia, unfortunately, they don't think to drink because, again, they're going to an adolescent state. And we do know our children need encouragement with drinking water and other kinds of fluids that they need to hydrate themselves. Okay. Then moving on to olfactory stimulation, again, next to tactile, one of the most profound, because it truly does associate that memory with what we smell, right? But also what happens is with olfactory stimuli, it's actually a direct influence to the limbic system, where all other stimuli is indirect, meaning that it's processed somewhere else in the brain, and then it goes to the limbic system, where olfactory just goes right to the limbic system because that olfactory bulb right under that limbic system. Okay, so it's kind of a direct influence right there. So olfactory, think about, what do they like to smell? Is that flowers? Is that spices? Is that the smell of coffee, fresh baked bread, cinnamon, right? But the thing that happens, unfortunately, with people living with dementia is anosmia, meaning some lose their sense of smell. Not everybody, but some lose their sense of smell. So the question is then, well, then how can I have an olfactory experience? And what we've found that still works is using essential oils, okay? Pure grade essential oils, making sure that where you get your oils is where they have been grown in their lands indigenous, okay? So please don't get them at your local grocery store, your local Bath and Body kind of store, because unfortunately those are contaminated. About 87% of all oils on shelves that you find in the store are contaminated because they have to be cut in order to be cheaper to the consumer. But unfortunately, they're filled with all kinds of contaminants that will counteract the experience you're looking for, right? And so make sure that the oil that you're getting is pure. Make sure they're getting it from the lands indigenous, right? So make sure it was actually extracted from that and not processed somewhere, okay? So you can contact us at our institute if you need to know more information about where to get really true, pure essential oils. But with that said, essential oils, they travel again to that limbic system and provide that profound effect. So there are essential oils out there that I've trialed with people living with dementia where you can increase their appetite, you can decrease the sundowning and types of response behaviors that we see. You can decrease depression. You can increase focus and attention, socialization, right? And what's great about essential oils is you can do that anywhere in their environment with diffusers. We have a personal diffuser dots that we created that go on the lapel so they can walk around with it, right? So essential oils are just key in terms of, especially if they have anosmia present, that you can continue to stimulate them in positive ways that can really provide that kind of benefit that you're looking for that's intentional. Like if you know your loved one suffers with sundowning, there are oils for that, right? The oil that I'd highly recommend to be your first oil to use is lavender. Now, if the person does not have anosmia and they can still smell and they don't like that smell, then I would go with something more woodsy, like a cedar wood or even like a herb like rosemary, okay? All of those have calming benefits. And lavender can be used in so many ways, and it can be used for the sundowning. It can be used for attention and concentration. It can be used for depression, right? It's kind of a multi-sensory use, right? And that's what's great about essential oils is that they have up to 35 health benefits. So you're using it intentionally for one reason, and now you have all these benefits, which is wonderful. And so with that said, essential oils can be key, but lavender should be your very first oil to use with people living with dementia. I want to also just bring attention to, I went through the 5 senses, but let's not forget about our executive functioning, which is here in our frontal lobe. So cognitive stimulation is key. Now, what's great about all of the kind of senses and the different tools I just gave you for your toolbox, all of those are going to provide some form of cognitive stimulation. But I want to make sure that we're continuing to do things that are going to intentionally benefit those executive functioning skills, okay? And our executive functioning skills, those help us to have good judgment, good insight, to have good problem-solving skills, organizational skills, right? And so this is good for you and I as caregivers too, right? So what are kinds of brain games that they like to play, right? So if that's word searches, Sudoku, crossword puzzles, trivia, right? Those are things that you can purchase in large letters in print, right, for that person. And there are a lot of great companies out there that sell these kinds of tools by stage, early, middle, late, okay? So again, contact us at the Institute if you're looking for some of those resources. Meditation also has been shown to be really beneficial for cognitive stimulation and dementia care. So let's not forget about our frontal lobe there. Okay. And so when we talk about the dementia connection model, I gave you a ton of tools there for your toolbox. And there's just so much more that you can use. But the key here is to find out what works for the person you're caring for, right? Or if you work in a community, you're going to find what works for that community. But again, intentionally structure it throughout the day. Now, here at the Institute, we have created under the Dementia Connection model called the Perfect Day in Dementia Care. And so if you are using that habilitation approach, where you're scheduling your stimuli throughout the day, you can create that perfect day, because every day is going to be structured. Every day is going to be simple for them, and they're going to feel that effect in what their purpose should be every day. So for example, using those essential oils in the morning, use those same essential oils in the morning, right? You want to use cognitive stimulation in the morning. Like, you want to burn their energy, exercise in the morning, music in the morning, right? Get them all energized. And then what you want for the days, you want them to kind of rise up with their energy and then slowly come down on their energy level throughout the day, right? That's how our circadian rhythm works. So if you can match that with them, then they're going to feel a sense of purpose, a sense of knowledge of what they're supposed to be doing every day, right? So think about high energy things in the morning, and then it comes down slowly. So as we're approaching, the afternoon, we do know that's very difficult for people living with dementia. So that's where you want to use like your lavender essential oil, right? All your tactile items should come out, because again, that provides a grounding effect where they're feeling less anxious and nervous, and they're more focused and attentive, right? So bring out any kind of doll engagement, pet engagement. That's where they would do any kind of maybe baking or cooking, maybe fidget items, right? Lego play. That's all in the afternoon. Calming music, right? So that way they can, as the caregiver, want to intentionally decrease the opportunity for them to sundown, right? And then you can use all these tools into the evening when they go to bed, right? So high energy in the morning, get that exercise and those brain games. Use oils like peppermint and citrus to be able to, get their energy going. And then slowly come down with your tools, so that way their circadian rhythm comes down and they're relaxed in the afternoon and evening. And that is the perfect day. Okay. So I just want to do a quick brain game with you all, because here at the Institute, we love brain games, keeping you caregivers sharp as well. So you can put this in the chat box. I mentioned this is going to test your long-term memory. I mentioned how many forms of dementia there are. So I'm asking you, how many forms of dementia are there that you remember? I said this early on. We're going to test your long-term memory, because if you think about this, our long-term memory, when we are taking in information, if it's stored for more than 16 minutes, we then have stored in our long-term memory. Okay. I'm seeing the answer. And for those who said over 100, you are correct, right? So those who said over 100, your long-term memory is intact. And it's important for us to do these brain games with ourselves to keep our memory, our executive functioning skills sharp. Okay. So over 100, I'm seeing it come in. So thank you so much. And so we want to make sure that we are bringing in different kinds of memory programs and skills for us, so we can keep our memory sharp as well. Okay, because we've got to care for ourselves as the caregiver. So Sherelle, thank you so much. I hope people will look us up here, dementiaconnectioninstitute.org. We are here to help the caregiver feel confident and competent in their caregiving process and support them through their journey, whether it's through our education, whether it's through our consultative efforts, through our resources that we offer to you. We hope that you'll check us out, because we want to be able to support you in your journey and make sure that the person living with dementia can live in their new world freely without judgments, constraints, controls. Their world is positive and full of hope and full of joy, that they can live the rest of their time with us in the purest fashion that they can. So thank you, Sherelle, so much for your time. Thank you to all of our speakers, colleagues, caregivers. I'm just delighted to be here. So thank you.
Come on through, Dr. Jennifer. Listen, let's give Dr. Jennifer a hand, as well as all the other speakers that came forth already. Oh my goodness, this is wonderful. Dr. Jennifer, listen, I had to take some notes, girl, because this is like it's a lot to take in, and you already tested my long term, okay? I got the 100 right. Thank you. You know what I'm saying? We got the Are we actually listening? or are we listening? You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes we can hear, but we don't hear. But I definitely heard that 100. So my long term is intact. Thank you so much, Dr. Jennifer. And for all
Thank
of those
you.
of you that's in the audience that's listening, continue to listen. This was so informative. Listen, Dr. Jennifer gave so much information. Connect with her. Her information is on the screen. You can connect with her. You can connect with me. I can get you in contact with her. I'm telling you right now, Dr. Jennifer, I need some of them oils for some of my patients. For real, for real. Because I'm telling you, this dementia thing, it's like it's taken over, right? We don't really understand it. So this is why we're here today, to educate you, to inform you, so you can make a informed decision. Thank you so much, Dr. Jennifer. We look forward to you continue to connect with us and with the people. Listen, y'all need to connect with Dr. Jennifer. If you know anyone that's dealing with Alzheimer's, dementia, connect with Dr. Jennifer. So, Dr. Jennifer, thank you again. And we look forward to you coming back on the next segment in the future. Thank you so
Thank you so
much.
much. Appreciate it, Sherelle.
Absolutely. My pleasure. Thank you. Okay, listen. There you have it. We gonna we got, I love this. The engagement. The people are actually sharing their comments. They're saying, wonderful, Dr. Jennifer. Wonderful. Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Jennifer. Excellent, Dr. Jennifer. Excellent, Dr. Jennifer. So they sending in the comments. It's wonderful. I need to get some of them oils. Dr. Jennifer mentioned that it has to be a pure grain. There's so many different oils out here, and we know this. We a lot of times, things be cut or whatever the situation is. But she mentioned that the pure grain essential oils are the one that we should be using. Now that's if you can afford it. I know sometimes we can't afford it, so we go to the next best thing. Connect with Dr. Jennifer. Connect with Judy Amber. She was our first speaker. Judy Amber spoke about being the caregiver and how it's just we are ordinary caregivers too, right? Paula Mueller, she came on and spoke about the Social V. She is the CEO and founder of a device that we can use for long distance relationships with our loved ones. Paula Mueller. Then Rena Boston Ranger, she talked about when love doesn't look like love anymore, right? That's part of that dementia that she's dealing with her husband. The love is still there. It's just a different type of love now, right? And then we had Dr. Jennifer. She came forth and she shared her area of expertise with dementia. I'm telling you right now, y'all need to connect with these people. Put in the chat what you have taken away from each speaker thus far. We have a plethora of more speakers that's coming. We're not going to keep you long. We're going to keep you for a couple of more hours because we have so much that's going on and so much that need to be said. Listen, in this caregiving space, I'm all about caregiving. I am Sherelle D. Mims. I am the founder of Global Caregivers Network and Global Caregiver Speakers. This is what I do. This is my lane of brilliance. I am all about caregiving. Caregiver voice matters. It matters. We have a lot to say, and this is the platform that you want to be on. As you can see, the speakers are coming forth. They reached out. They want to share their story. If you in the audience would like to come on this platform and share your story, connect with me. You can connect with me at Global Caregivers Network, Global Caregiver Speakers. They're both on Facebook, but you can definitely connect with me at my email, Sherelle. Someone put this in the chat for me, Sherelle at globalcaregivers.net. That's Sherelle, SHERRELL, at globalcaregivers.net. Let's connect. Come and share your story. This stage is for all caregivers. We do not discriminate. I don't care what's going on because you know what? We have caregivers all over the world, right? And we're not going to isolate anyone. You know what I'm saying? If you're a caregiver and you want to come share your story, connect with me. Connect with those on the Facebook page. We want to hear your story. Your story is not for you. It's for you to come and share it. And this is the platform to do it. This is all I do is caregiving. This is my platform. This is our platform. This is what we do. This is my passion. For coming to share your story. This is to, and with that being said, we got a badass advocate coming up. So, I have to say this. You know what? We have a bad, I say bad AZZ, but it's bad ASS, bad ass advocate. Okay? She's coming up next. Her name is Erin Gallion, like Stallion Gallion. So we're going to share, I'm going to bring her up next, but let me just share her bio before I bring her up. Erin Gallon, she is a published author and a professional speaker. She's been in this business since 2022. Erin is not new to the speaker game. She's been out here for a while now, at least 2-3 years. But Erin is coming to share her story on being a bad ass advocate. I like to say it with the AZZ on it. But anyway, she has become a champion. She loved, what is this? She deserves the badass advocate. She is, today, Erin shares her heartbreaking story, right? Her life event and the lessons she's learned so others can make a difference in their loved one's life, their healthcare experience. She has a book out called The Badass Advocate, which includes 8 actionable strategies that are both effective and simple to follow. Erin has published a journal. She's been on this, like I say, she's an author. She's a published author. She's been doing things in the caregiver business. She has taken care of her sister and her father, who I believe unfortunately has passed away, but she has taken care of her sister as well. Erin shares an abundance of valuable information that you would teach families how to effectively navigate the challenges that they face. I'm telling you right now, it is so much going on in the caregiver industry. I'm going to bring Erin up. Badass advocate. Come on through here. this is Erin Gallion. She's going to come. Erin going to come share her story. I'm telling you, she is a bad AZ, but I say AZZ, but you see how she spell it, advocate. Erin going to come share her story her way. Thank you so much, Erin, for joining us. You have the stage.
Thank you, Sherelle. Oh my gosh, Sherelle loves to tease me about the name Badass Advocate. So, welcome everybody. Happy Easter to those of you who are celebrating Easter. And what a beautiful Saturday morning. What amazing speakers. It is so hard to come after Dr. Jennifer, let me tell you, because her tips were amazing. I love listening, and I was taking notes too, Sherelle. So, thank you for that, and all the other speakers as well. So this morning I'm going to share my story, and then I'll share one quick tip from the book that I think is probably one of the most important things that I can share with all of you who are caregivers. So my story starts in 2017. When I was growing up, I was best friends with my sister, Megan, and we were thick as thieves. She was 6 years older than me. She was kind, thoughtful, loving. I was really blessed to have such a wonderful sister. Even when she was a teenager and I was in elementary school, she would invite me into her room when her friends were over. That's how cool of a sister she was. And, she was almost like a second mom to me because she was older and she just really treated me like I was her baby, but also her sister and her confidant and our best friend as we grew older. In 2017, my sister was diagnosed with non Hodgkin's lymphoma, which was the same cancer Sherelle mentioned my father had passed away from in 1997. Well, my family was devastated. My sister was just 46 years old, actually the age that I am now, and she was a mom to 2 young girls. And we were surprised. My sister was always healthy. She was a former Division I athlete. She was active. She ate well. She did what we would consider all the right things for your health. But cancer doesn't discriminate, right? Many of us know that from personal experiences. And so she received her diagnosis in September of 2017. She had probably had the cancer for about a year, and it showed up as an autoimmune disease. So she had the cancer, which caused autoimmune disease, and the autoimmune disease showed up first with sores in her mouth, which was awful. Imagine if you ever had a cold sore having like 20 in your mouth, and how hard that is to make to eat and just to concentrate and just live every life with all these sores in your mouth. It was terrible. And so several months later, that's when she was diagnosed with cancer. And then the cancer that caused the autoimmune disease caused a lung disease. So first she found out she had the autoimmune disease. Then we found out she had cancer. And a few days later, they kept her in the hospital because Megan had trouble breathing. And the doctors knew that non-Hodgkin's lymphoma usually doesn't have the symptom of difficulty breathing. And when they kept her overnight, they found that she also had this very rare lung disease called bronchiolitis obliterans. I know that's a mouthful, but you might know it as popcorn lung. You might have seen that in the news, which can be caused by vaping and e-cigarettes as well. It can be caused by several different things. And for my sister, it was the autoimmune disease, so her body was attacking itself. So we were devastated. The cancer was the good news. She would go through chemotherapy treatments for about 5 months and she was cancer free. So we were thrilled. We had some good news. But unfortunately, because she was going through chemo, the doctors, the pulmonologists were not able to treat her lung disease. And so it quickly progressed over that 5-month period. And so in February 2018, when she was cancer free, it was time for us to battle that lung disease. And at this time, I live in Plano, Texas. My sister lived in South Carolina. I would travel back and forth to advocate for her. And as background, I have been in the pharmaceutical industry for over 20 years. In fact, I teach sales reps how to speak to physicians and nurses, how to ask good questions, how to handle difficult conversations. And I found that my professional knowledge was really helping me to advocate for my best friend, this person, this woman who I just adored, who I was never going to leave her side. And because I know she would never have left my side either. And all of this knowledge came in handy. Unfortunately, no matter what I did, and I hope this brings some of you peace, was not going to change the outcome. My sister's lung disease was so aggressive. And when you have a rare disease, it means that the doctors don't really know what to do for it, unfortunately, and it's out of your control. And so several months later, in October of 2018, my sister ended up passing away 3 days before her 48th birthday. I was devastated for her girls, for my family, for myself. She was my best friend. And no, I no longer had my best friend. So after she passed away, I was, of course, sad and grieving, but I was also angry. I had lost my father, who was this wonderful, loving dad that I was blessed with as well. And now I've lost my sister, and my family was deteriorating, my little family unit. And as time went on, I realized that neither my father or my sister would want me to go on like this. And so I decided I had to pull my boots up and figure out a way to live a happy life without these people whom I love so much, who died at young ages. And so that's when I decided that I would write a book, as Sherelle likes to say, a badass advocate, with two S's, not two Z's. I know she likes to tease me. Um, and I wrote the book because of my experience, yes, with my sister. Also, I wasn't a caregiver for my dad. I was only 20 years old and I was in school in North Carolina and he was in Philadelphia. So I missed a lot of opportunities and I had a lot of regret. And having those regrets taught me what I wanted to do the next time around and things I didn't want to repeat for my sister, which made me a better advocate for Megan. And so I wrote this book and I share these 8 strategies with caregivers, with family members who maybe aren't the primary caregiver. It doesn't matter. If you want to play a part, you can do some of these things. If you live close, you can use some of these strategies. If you live far away, you can use some of these strategies. You can play a part in your loved one's journey, no matter what disease. We've talked a lot about dementia. It can be for someone with dementia, but it also can be someone with cancer or a lung disease or whatever it is. It doesn't really matter what the disease is. I teach you basics of how to advocate for your loved one, both someone who's at home and someone who's hospitalized. These strategies that I share aren't difficult. They're not rocket science. They just are things that anyone can do, but it may take you years to figure it out. And I don't want that for you. I want you to have that book, that guide, and be able to figure things out right away and say, okay, this is the person I need to go ask. This is how I ask a good question. So that's my story. And now of course, I have the book, but I also have a website, badassadvocate.com. I do speaking engagements like this so I can share some of my tactics and my tips. And so today I'm going to share the first tip in the book, which I think is the base of everything else that I speak about. And that is how to build a support team. If you are a caregiver, or even if you're not the main caregiver, you need to build a support team. You cannot go it alone. The caregiver needs the support team, and so does the patient. You both need this. So I'm going to break this down into two buckets. There are those of us who have family, like I did, that lived close to my sister. My mom and my brother lived close by. And of course, I would get on a plane when I could. And my sister had a big support team that naturally came about. Those of us were blessed with that. And there are still some things to think about. Number one, you need to keep that support team limited. You can't have, if you have a big family like me, I have this big Irish family. We have 29 first cousins on one side of the family. You can't have everyone involved. That would be chaotic. People would be fighting. Who's in charge? So keep it small and make sure when all these tips I give you, the patient needs to be in charge if it's possible to make these decisions, right? So for my sister, who did she want to be part of that core support team? I would say keep it less than 10 people. Probably 5 is ideal for the day-to-day stuff, people coming in and out, and then some on the maybe fringe who can come and support when needed. Okay. So keep it limited. Also, be clear on everyone's roles. Have a family meeting. And maybe it's not just family, maybe it's neighbors and friends. And I'm going to dive into that in a minute. But have a meeting, decide who does what, and use your strengths. Think of it in a business sense. When we form a team at business, we want to tap into your strengths. What are you good at? I'll give you an example. Let's say you have a nephew who's a teenager and he is awesome at technology, as most young people are. Use them. Maybe he sets up a website to keep track of meals that are donated or visitors, okay? Or maybe financial donations. Tap into people's strengths. So think outside the box. Also, you could tap into people just to do little things like unload the dishwasher or take the trash can in. Maybe there's a neighborhood kid that would be happy to support. Get creative. Okay, so that's family, which is a little bit easier when you have family. It's more editing. Okay. But then you have those of us who don't have any family around. And like, I don't have a ton of family where I live here in Texas. So I would need to get creative if I was the patient or the caregiver here. So what do you do? Number one, you really need to get creative. And you can do that by creating a mind map. So if you've never done a mind map, I used to do them in English class in high school. Google it. You'll find a ton of examples. Mind map. And it's basically a way of brainstorming. Think of how can you get help from the community around you. Also, keep in mind, people at a distance can also help. I supported my sister by doing research online. I didn't need to be in the same room as her to reach out to doctors over the phone or email or research her lung disease. That I could do at home in Texas and still support her. Okay. Neighbors and friends. I mentioned bringing in the trash. How can they support? Maybe they don't play in day to day, but they can do other things. Like, can they go and pick up medication for you or the patient? Little things that you think I can do myself, take it off your plate. It will reduce your stress levels. That is the key. You focus on the big stuff. Who can help with maybe some of the smaller things? And they can do it on a regular basis. Okay. And then my last tip for people that don't have any family, who? Who do you bring in? So this is part of getting creative. When you're making that mind map, you can think nonprofits. There are national nonprofits like American Lung Association, who I work with, or the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, both great. There's so many wonderful national organizations. But then there's also smaller local nonprofits. Typically, people who donate their time to these nonprofits want to be a part of, they've had that trauma, they've gone through something, or maybe they currently are, and they're happy to donate their time and support someone. Tap into them, ask if you can have some support. And sometimes they have financial support as well. And they have tons of online information and resources. Do you belong to a church? My sister belonged to a church, and we had these older retired church ladies come over and sit with my sister. They didn't handle anything medical, but they sat with her while her husband and her siblings and her mother were at work and couldn't be sitting there just making sure she was okay and maybe helping her walk to the bathroom. And then the last idea is think of students in the area. I live near a high school, there's colleges locally. Sometimes students are part of a sorority or fraternity. I was in high school part of a sorority, and we wanted to volunteer our time. So think about those things and how these kids can get experience. And obviously, you want to vet anyone coming into your home, okay, if you don't know them personally. So, resources, phone calls, make sure you do your due diligence. But some of those students want to volunteer. They just don't know where to find you. So, reach out to schools, colleges. Is there a medical school nearby that someone can come over and maybe get some experience? Okay. So, those are all for free. Of course, you can do paid home health and home care, which you can do that research and refer to your state website and see if you can get support sometimes and get paid as a caregiver. So just start to think outside the box. Don't do it alone. That's my main message. You will get burnout, and you are of no use to anyone if you're sick and you can't take care of your loved one because you're trying to do it all. Make sure that you don't try and do it all. Brene Brown talks about how, as people that are giving, sometimes we have a hard time taking. So make sure that you are willing to take as much as you are giving, because you deserve to also take that support. So thank you for having me, Sherelle. Again, it's Badass Advocate, which you see down below. And come find me. And I wish you the best of luck, and I hope that helps. Have a happy Easter to those of you celebrating.
Okay, badass advocate. Let's give her a hand, everybody. She did a great job. Oh my goodness. As everyone else has went forth and already shared their story, put some kudos in the comments. How did you like it? Talk to us in the comments. Speak to us. What's going on? What's in your mind? Listen, what did you take away from what Erin just said? She gave us X amount of tips. So many tips she just gave us. Can you just put in one in the chat, please? Just one tip she gave to you. I know I like to don't do it alone, right? Get some help. Reach into your community. It's so many ways. I listen. I got my listening ears on today, but I didn't pull my hair back. I didn't pull my hair back so I can hear what's going on, right? Keep your listening ears on. Badass Advocate Erin. Thank you so much for all of the speakers that have already come up. Erin just capped us off for our first segment of our Speaker for the Love of Caregiving Summit, the April edition for 2023. Listen, stick and stay. We're going to take a break. Erin, thank you so much. I'm going to let you go back down, dear. Thank you so much, Erin. We appreciate it and we love you. Get in contact with Erin. She gave us a wealth of information, just as well as all of the other caregivers that spoke already. Connect with them. Reach out to them. They have websites, they have email, they have first connect with. I know there's someone in this audience that can relate to what each and every one of the caregivers have talked about thus far. Thank you so much, Erin. Okay, y'all see my hair? I'm pulling my hair back and everything because it's about to get real up in here. It's already been real. But guess what? We have more speakers that's coming to share their story. And I'm telling you, it does not stop there. We want you to stick and stay. But we're going to take, just to top off the 11 o'clock hour, y'all know how we do it. We get a little bit behind in schedule. But guess what? We're not even that far behind. It's good. We're going to keep it going. But we're not going to keep it going until 11 o'clock. Time it. We're going to take a 10-minute break, some want 5, some want 10. We're just going to take the real 10-minute and start it back up at the top of the hour at 11 o'clock. Okay? We look forward to seeing all you coming back. Listen, don't leave. I'm going to put on some music for you if y'all want to just sit back and listen to music or listen to us, whatever I'm going to put out here. We're going to have something going on for you. Come back at the top of the hour, 11 o'clock, and we're going to continue this wonderful For the Love of Caregiving Summit, April edition 2023. And we're going to top this off with Charlene Sparks is going to be coming to us at the top of the hour. She's going to talk about the 3 P's of caregiving. Come back now. You hear? See you at 11. Thank you so much. We'll see you all at 11 o'clock. Stick and stay. We'll be right back. Give us 10 minutes. Wow, that's like that was the quickest 10 minutes. That was the quickest 10 minutes. But listen, we're back. We're back. We're coming back at you with some more wonderful speakers. How many of you have been enjoying this thus far? We did already had 5 speakers to come before you. We started out the top of the hour at 9 o'clock with Judy Amber. Judy Amber came and shared with us about being an ordinary caregiver. Then we from there went to Paula Mueller. Paula Mueller talked about the Socio V, her device that she's using in the caregiving industry to share with the world about those that have long distance loved ones and the aging population that are not able to actually meet in person. She has a device that you can use, connect with her, connect with Judy. And then Rena Boston Ranger, she came and talked to us about when love doesn't look like love anymore. She's taking care of her husband who has dementia, and things have just changed. It's different now. But guess what? He still loves her, and she still loves him. Then we had Dr. Jennifer Stelter. She came and talked to us about what? Dementia. She specialized in the dementia spectrum. She is a John Hopkins author. She have a book out, A Guide to Dementia. So it's a wealth of information that's being given out here, right? Connect with the speakers. Connect with me. I am Sherelle D. Mims, the founder of Global Caregivers Network and Global Caregiver Speakers. And then we also had Erin. Erin topped off the hour by talking about her technology that she has is going on where she takes care of, where she took care of her sister, who unfortunately passed away from a rare form of cancer. Cancer sucks. I don't care what kind of cancer it is. I don't care what kind it is because I lost a loved one to stage 4 stomach cancer. So I empathize with Erin. I know that the time has been on, and we are so glad that you came to the stage to share your story and the other ones that shared their story already. So listen, let's get ready for the final segment of For the Love of Caregiving. We have next coming to the stage the wonderful Charlene Sparks. Without further delay, Charlene Sparks, she's going to come talk about, I just say the 3 P's for caregiver. She's going to come talk about the position, the provision, and the protection for caregivers. Charlene Sparks, she's an RN with a BSN. She is known as the Resource Navigator, the founder of Women with Vision Incorporation. It's a nonprofit organization. She is also the co-owner for Advantage Health Connection Incorporated. She's located in Greensboro, North Carolina. She embrace, empower, and elevate women, caregivers, and families to be the best version of themselves. She's also a personal and business development resource person. She's a wife. She's a mother. She has grandkids as well. She's a graduate from North Carolina A&T State University. There's so much information. There's a wealth of information. You're going to need to connect with Charlene Sparks and share with you the 3 P's for the caregiver. You're Dr. So go ahead and share with the people. You're covering up your face a little bit, Dr. Charlene, with your sign there. But just come forward, and I'm gonna let you share your story your way. Charlene.
Hello, everyone. I am so grateful to God to have the opportunity to be here with the Global Caregiver Network CEO Sherelle Mims. Thank you for creating this platform. Caregivers all over the world is watching this event, and I know I have just been so abundantly blessed this morning with all the speakers have just been amazing. And so I'm not going to take up a lot of your time today, but I do want to share a few things with you on the 3 Ps. But before I get to the 3 Ps, I just want to let you know that Women with Vision is on a mission to empower women, caregivers around the world. We are on a mission to elevate and help you to be the best version of who you are. And I was just listening to everybody, and I'm telling you, our self-care is so important. But I had to ask myself 3 questions 3 questions before anything, before I can go into my 3 Ps. I had to ask myself, are you taking care of the caregiver? Are you living above caregiver burnout? I'm telling you, mental health is constantly on the rise, regardless of how much energy, monies, and everything that's out there for mental health is rising overly and above. As a caregiver, what are you pouring into others? Are you putting yourself in the right position to care for others? And sometimes we have to recognize when to pivot. It's not a bad thing to make shifting sometime. Caregiver burnout is on the rise. I had just wanted to share that with you before I talk about my 3 Ps. Well, as I was preparing for my 3 Ps, one thing that came to my mind was prescription. And I know I have some other P's, but I want you to know that you cannot be everything for everybody. But I am a certified deprescribing advocate. And because Women with Vision coach so many seniors, we are highly aware of the medication crisis seniors are facing today. And our goal is to help seniors to minimize the medication crisis as much as we can. And I thank Dr. Jennifer for pointing a few things out in that area today as well. Protection for the caregiver. Self-care is your protection. Again, you know that you cannot be everything to everybody. So many times as caregivers, we take on this feeling of rejection, and it has nothing to do with anybody else. It's within us because we're such givers. So just know that sometimes that feeling of rejection is your protection, and just don't stay there. Remember to encourage yourself and pick yourself up. I was reading and I remember a phrase that talked about remember to take care of yourself, because you cannot, as a caregiver, pour from an empty cup. And I say, that is so amazing. You cannot pour from an empty cup if you are a caregiver. You have to be refilled. And that's what we at Women with Vision do. We offer coaching sessions for caregivers, monthly webinars to help empower women to do greater things than what they're doing. We have even helped caregivers to write a book. Many times we may need to just write it out, make it plain and clear so that we can move on with what it is we're supposed to do. And I also want to talk about purpose and provision, because see, purpose and provision, it gives us, it's vision. When you can define your purpose, you know God has made the provision for you. Vision is for the caregiver. And I know that every woman, caregiver, person on this earth, we are on the earth to fulfill our purpose. Women with Vision we empower and we elevate women and caregivers to be the best version of yourself. And of course, I am also known as the resource navigator. So we help our caregivers to obtain the best resources. And I'm so grateful that I was on this platform today because the resources that has come forth through all of you all have just been amazing resources for us today. And so what I want to do, I'm gonna, if I have not already, I put some information in the chat on Facebook, and I want to give away some gifts today. So there's a link in the Facebook where it says www.cmsparks.life. You can click on that link and receive a free ebook today. It's called Step Up, Step Out, and Reclaim. And that was my first book to help me to sit down and write it out and make it plain and clear what I believe God was speaking to my spirit. And I want you to have that book. It is amazing. And I know it's going to help you to establish a little bit more boldness in your life. And I also want to give away some other gifts today to the caregivers, to those of you who support caregivers. Let me tell you, Women with Vision is now partnering with a company called Artist Life International. And Artist Life International is a health and wellness garment nutritional group. And what really took our heart is they invented an orthopedic garment for nurses. And that really inspired me because I know the condition of the nurse, the caregiver, and I know many times we're not taking care of our physical bodies. Now, we have to take care of that spiritual, and as you have heard earlier, that mental capacity has to be nourished as well. But I want to share with you today the Reshape Restore Clinic that Women with Vision is offering. And if you follow the instructions in Facebook and reach out to me, I would give you a free gift. So just reach out to me, and you can call me at 336 501 5417, or you could go to our Gmail, wovision12@gmail.com. And I would love to connect with you. And I hope that you have received a small portion of taking care of yourself today, because self-care is the best care. And I know we hear that all the time, but how many of us are actually taking care of ourselves? Well, November of this year, we put on a Women with Vision Beat the Burnout conference. It's more than, it's a gala event. It's for caregivers around the world to help them to feel better about themselves. We put on a Caregiver Destiny Helpers Awards Gala, and many of you will be nominated, or you know someone who may be nominated. But again, I am so excited about the Global Caregiver Network and how it's really reaching caregivers around the world. And I want to thank you today. Women with Vision is a 501c3 organization. And I want to leave with you my favorite scripture for today, which is 3 John 1 and 2, and it says, "Beloved, I pray that in every way you may succeed and prosper and be in good health physically, just as I know your soul prospers spiritually." And that is the foundation that I stand on for myself, my family, caregivers, because we know it is God's perfect will for us to live an abundant life in our health as well. And so I want to thank you again, CEO Sherelle, for allowing me time on the platform today. And you all have a happy resurrection weekend. For those who celebrate, enjoy your weekend, and I will enjoy mine with you. Have a blessed day.
All right, Dr. Charlene, here we go. I'm here. I'm trying to get all this stuff, this technology together. Thank you so much for sharing the three P's for the caregiver and sharing the things that you have going on in your community. Charlene Sparks, you did a wonderful job uh, with the three P's. What we talking about? Position, protection, provision. So thank you so much for sharing that, Doctor. I call everybody doctor. Y'all know this, Doctor.
Okay, now let's see here.
Okay, thank you so much, Doctor. Okay, okay, you heard it from the horse's mouth. That was Charlene Sparks. She's she's going behind the stage now and doing. A lot of you are on Facebook, YouTube, Global Caregivers Net, Global Caregiver Speakers. Continue to put in the comments, what have you taken away from each speaker so far? We already had, let me see, we about 6, 7 speakers out now. What have you received from each one of the speakers? Like I said, we had Judy Amber came up first, Paula Mueller, Rena Boston Ranger, Dr. Stelton, Jennifer Stelter came up, Aaron Gallen came up, and we just finished with Charlene Sparks. Listen, we're not going to delay this any longer. I know it's Saturday. Y'all got things to do, places to go, and people to meet. So do I. So we're not going to delay this any longer. We're going to keep it going. So next coming to the stage is the wonderful doctor. Let me get the names right. I told you everybody's a doctor to me, but Dr. Josephine Harris, she is a doctor in the mental health space. Let me share this. She has, I got to catch up with y'all. They got all these certifications, these letters behind their name. I am so proud of everyone that came on this platform that is speaking. But Dr. Joe, we connected. She is just a wonderful, caring person, just like everyone else on here. But her space and her expertise is with mental health. Dr. Josephine Harris, Dr. Joe for short, going to come share with us her topic about caregiving and taking care of yourself as well in the mental health arena. She's the CEO and founder of Calming Minds, LLC. She's a certified Green Heart mental health coach and advocate. She's credentialed and advocate. She's out of Washington State. She's a psychologist at Soul Counseling Center. Dr. Josephine Harris, I'm telling you, she has a plethora that's going on. How you doing, Dr. Joe? She is not new in the caregiving arena. I'm telling you, it is so much going on. Dr. Joe, I'm not going to detain the people any longer. We're going to let you share your story your way. You have the stage, Dr. Joe, because we can go on and on talking. Yes, it's your turn, Dr. Joe. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Joe. You have the stage.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sherelle. Let me tell you, thank you for this wonderful opportunity and provided in this wonderful space at the heart of a caregiver. One of the things I really want to talk about is discussing long distance caregiving. Did you know that 11% of caregivers live an hour or more away from their aging loved one? Many of them tend to have family members that's distance of hundreds of miles away. And one of the things long distance caregivers have the same concern and pressures as local caregiver and then some. For example, spending literally twice as much as on caregiver as people caring for loved one close by, because there are more likely to be needed to hire help, take uncompensated time off work, pay for travel. For me, one of the things I want to really emphasize on what is long distance caregiving. And from my perspective, Long distance caregiver is usually defined as providing but a caregiver living more than an hour away from your loved one. Caring from a distance is emotionally challenging and most common in situations where adult children and their parents don't live in the same area. In these cases, the caregiver role is not much as hands-on. And gathering information about available resources is very important when it comes to caregiving and coordinating these resources. You also have to think about putting a team together of family members and friends and paying for help that can meet the care recipient needs. Like for long distance, caregiver present unique challenges. Like for me, as a psychotherapist, as in the mental health field, I experienced a lot of challenges as a wife, a mother of 7 children, a grandmother of 9 grandchildren, and another grandchild on the way. So in as a military dealing with long distance caregiver as a military family member as well, and I'm living in the state of Washington, I went through a time where I had to care for my father, which he has early stages of dementia. So as a caregiver and long distance caregiver, I stay in Washington State and he stay in Savannah, Georgia. So it was very challenging and difficult for me to travel back and forth, being a long distance caregiver. But when it came boiled down to it, I had to really realize and recognize what needs that I need and what needs does he need. And I also care for my grandson, which is in Virginia. So I'm pulling from every direction. And he the reason why I care for my grandson because I'm his caregiver because his mom is in the military. So sometimes she deployed, which she just deployed. And I just got back from Virginia. So and I'm getting ready to go again to Savannah. So these the challenges that you alone as a caregiver you put it on yourself. And it's very very challenging for me because at times I started to get frustrated. I started to be like undervalued. I started to get overwhelmed. And I just beginning to be just plain tired. And sometimes being just plain tired put a burden on whether you doing the right thing or whether you taking care of yourself or whether you is mentally there to help your loved one needs and to accomplish your needs as well as your family needs. Because think about it, when I first came on, I told you guys that I am a grandmother, I am a wife, I works, I'm an entrepreneur, I counsel other people. So I'm a person that's constantly helping. And I realized that it's starting to affect my home life. It's starting to affect my family life. It's starting to affect my mental stability. So I had to recognize what is the best tools for me as a long distance caregiver so that I can have a successful journey of taking care of my father, taking care of my grandkids, being the caregiver for them as well. So some of the things that I came up with is 3 successful tips for long distance caregiving. One of the ones I learned is learn as much as possible about your loved one's health, treatments, available caregiver resources. Those are one of the most biggest things that you really had to focus on because being a long distance caregiver could put a strain on you, not knowing what your caregiving diagnosis, not knowing what to do, not knowing what resources is available for your loved one. With me, I had to deal with that because my dad has the early stages of dementia. And when I went to visit him in Savannah, Georgia, it was very difficult for me because he went through a lot of other caregivers because they really didn't know expertise in dementia. So it took me a while to navigate through different resources so that I can find the right caregiver for him so that when I won't have to be down there every week because it was getting to the place where I was beginning to be frustrated. it's getting to the place where I was getting to be spending a lot of money traveling back and forth, of taking care of him, back and forth, of making sure he going to the doctor, back and forth, of making sure that he has a safe environment around him. So you really have to start off with the diagnosis. Learning about the family member diagnosis helps caregiver understand the disease process and plan ahead realistically. With me, you really have to set realistic goals of understanding their diagnosis, because if it's not realistic to you, then it might not be realistic to the people that you let into you guys circle. Another thing, what really is very sensitive topic is talking about finance and healthcare wishes. You got to have this is a very difficult conversation to have. And I had to make sure that everything was in order. Also, I had to make sure completing a dual power of attorney for his finance and healthcare, because some family members don't have a dual power of attorney, and it gets very sticky and very difficult for you to even plan the healthcare, for you to even plan the finance. So one of the most important thing is having that dual power attorney in place can help release a lot of anxiety, prepare you for the future as well. Excuse me. And one of the things I really had to consider is inviting family members and close friends. I come from a really big family. On my mama's side is 7 of us. On my dad's side is 5 of us. So I'm in between. On my dad's side, I'm the baby. On my mom's side, I'm the middle child. So I had to really invite help. Invite the help that you need. That's that you need, so that you can have the best possible care for your loved one, or even if you can for a grandchild, or auntie or uncle. But making sure that you include the loved one in the meeting as well, because that can be helpful. Because although sometimes we tend to overtake what the loved one wants or what the loved ones understand, but inviting them into their own meeting will help you to get to prepare and help them to plan for their care and ask for other for assistance. Another one that I really had me thinking is I really had to take advantage of community resources, like such as Meals on Wheels and adult day programs. Sometimes getting your loved one into a day program will help them with their social skills. Although my dad had dementia, he was a outgoing person. And I started to, when I visited him last time, I started to see him not feeling like himself, like he feeling kind of down. So I looked into some day programs around in his area, and he went for the first time. And when he did went for the first time, I seen a big, huge change in him, because he was an extrovert. And I started seeing him become an introvert. So once I got him into that program, I seen a big change on him. It was a wonderful program for him to meet other people, a wonderful program for him to even be independent. So you really don't want to take that independency away from your loved one, because that's their independency, and that's all that they have. So be careful. Look out for different resources that can help you. Look out for educational programs that will increase the knowledge and confidence. And me, one of the things that I looked into, I really didn't knew nothing about dementia. So I had to really go into looking for programs that educate me on dementia and what that looks like for my dad, because dementia doesn't look like it all the time in different people. Dementia look in different people from different perspective. And in my dad, it looked totally different from what I seen from friends, family members that had dementia. So educate yourself on their sickness. Educate yourself on what they have. Educate yourself on their medical background as well. And one of the things I had to do, and I thank Sherelle for that, because she's one of my biggest supporter. One of the things you have to do is find that support system. Find that support group. That's the most important thing for a caregiver, is to be not isolate. The most important thing for a caregiver is not to isolate yourself from the world, not to isolate yourself from the social world, because we get so wrapped up in taking care of ourselves, not taking care of ourselves, but taking care of family, taking care of children, grandkids, husbands, and we really not focused on what the support that the caregiver needs. I had to realize that I needed a lot of support because I was really getting mentally drained. And as you know, I started becoming sick. So I really had to focus on my well-being in order for me to travel back and forth to my dad and to be travel back and forth to my grandson, because I'm a caregiver for both of them. So one of the things I found out, I really found a really wonderful caregiver family group called Family Caregiver Alliances. The number is 1-800-445-8106. And you learn about different local services that they have. They also have a website, which is www.caregiving.org. And you can click on Family Care Navigator. That was one of my biggest, I'm talking about my biggest relief when I went and find them on the website. I got the resource, I got the support group that I needed. They give me in the right direction with dementia support groups that I needed to educate me on what dementia looked like and people from different ages. Number 2 is when you visit, make the most out of all your visits, because it's very important when you make the most out of your visit. Because while I know technology can help you with the role alone as the caregiver, but it's not the substitute of visiting a person in person. When you make the trip to see your loved one, you will want to make the most out of the time you have with them, because that's the most important, precious time that you have with them. One of the things that works for me was checking when I visit my father. I had to make sure that the home was safe, make sure that everything was accessible for him, and making sure everything was accessible for the caregiver that was staying with him. Also have to make sure that all his medication and fills, making sure that he had the right appointments down, making sure that I give that to the caregiver that was that's in the home with him. I also have to make sure that I have access to his physical and mental, emotional health, because that's very important. Because think about it, when you caring from a distance, and you're not knowing their mental, their physical health, and the emotional health, you got that you don't know what is going on. You don't know how to implement that within your loved one. So having access to that accessibility is very important. And one of the things is connect socially. When you go visit your loved one, although they have these different symptoms, these different illness, if they is more help with me, I play cards with my dad. I read to my dad. We also look at the pictures when I was small. So we go over different pictures so that he can remember things, so that we can bring it to his attention. Because if you don't know dementias, they sometimes lose their memories. And I'm blessed because I'm the baby on my dad's side, and he never lost his memories of me. But my other sisters and brother, he doesn't really know who they are. We have to constantly let them know that who they are and what position they hold. So with me, it's totally different. I'm the baby, and he always remember me. And I think that I have that personality. As y'all know, the smile is beautiful. But yes, it's one of those things you have to really take care of your loved one, understand their needs, understand the banking information, understand the finance concern as well. Because one of the biggest things you don't want to do is don't understand what finance needs they have and what finance you have to implement through their care. The last and final point that I'm going over is, I know a lot of the speakers talked about this, and this is the most important thing, and I had to learn this the very hard way. Although I'm a mental health professional, we are our worst critics, but it's giving yourself grace and get some self-care. It's very important. taking on the role of caregiver is a big responsibility. Your loved one, you want to do the job well done. Like they said, you cannot prosper from an empty cup. It's like when you're on a plane, they say put on your mask first before you help everyone else. So you have to take care of yourself first before you help your loved one, because if you don't get that self-care, then you don't be a very profitable person to your loved one. And giving yourself grace, you can learn to take care on other duties and give yourself love. One of the best care, I'm telling you, giving yourself grace is very important when it comes to caregiving for your family, because one of the things we always want to say harsh word about ourselves. We want to work so hard and don't play enough. We want to not relax so often. It's very difficult for you to be a caregiver for your loved one if you don't give yourself grace, and then if you don't get the care that you need, the self-care that you need. And it's very important, because caregiving can be physically and emotionally exhausting, because you can find yourself you need to be kind to yourself. Being kind to yourself is very important. When I say that grace part, when you so hard on yourself and so down on yourself, that can take a toll on your mental health as well as your physical health. Give yourself grace. It's okay to be okay some days. It's okay to have that moment, or okay, I'm just gonna relax moment. It's okay. That's not being selfish. It's okay to have that. Another thing you have to do, self-compassion. Self-compassion means giving yourself the credit for the challenging things that you go through, because it's the complex caregiving is very complex work, and most people, we don't put enough emphasis is how caregiving could be a drain to you, as mentally, physically, and emotional. So you have to really give yourself some compassion. Don't have that harsh intervals that sometimes we have as caregivers. We have a harsh intervals that we have, and allowing yourself some time. It's just take a few minutes a day. Take care of yourself. Like for me, I like to read. So I take a few minutes out of my day in reading, because reading is my therapeutic revenue. So I read a lot, and that helps me to really be in tune with myself, be in tune with my emotions, be in tune with my mental state. And one of the things I also do is read my Bible. So before I go in and see my father, I read my Bible, I pray. Before I even go into his house, when I travel long distance, I pray as well. And when I be in front of his house, I pray before I go in there, because sometimes when you travel as a long distance person, it's very difficult to have that mindset of going straight into your loved one house, knowing that, okay, what are you walking into? Because you haven't visited for 2-3 weeks, you haven't visited, but you have someone taking care of your father. So what are you walking into? So it's very important to have that sound mind before you walk into it. And another thing is doing breathing exercise. I do breathing exercise a lot, even though I do breathing exercise 10 minutes a day. And that helps me to really calm my mind down, really calm my emotions down, really calm and be thorough at what I do. Because if you're not calm when you're taking care of your loved one, then they can feel the tension in you. And it's like when you're taking care of a baby and you fussing and you agitated and you frustrated, a baby can sense that, so they start screaming. So although sometimes you get frustrated, you get overwhelmed, you get drained, taking 10 minutes out your day to breathe will help you a lot. Also, another thing you can do is mind body practices like yoga, tai chi, meditation, deep relaxation techniques. One of the most important thing that helps me when I travel to care for either my father or my grandson is meditation. I meditation a lot. I meditation on God's word a lot. I pray a lot, because let me tell you, prayer will change a whole lot of you being frustrated. Everything in the Bible, frustration, angry, anxiety, fear, all that's in the Bible have scripture with it. So when I sense my body being frustrated, I go find a scripture for frustration. When I sense I'm having an anxiety, I go find a scripture for anxiety. When I feel like I'm just exhausted, I just don't want to really travel, I find a scripture for that. So with me as a mental health professional and as a believer in a Christian, I have read my Bible a lot. I have found it's very relaxing for me. It's very mentally stable for me. It's very emotional for me, and that what helps me as well as a long distance caregiver. And my final things is that one of the biggest things sometimes caregiver liking is eating well and getting sleep. I make them priorities and remain socially connected. Let me tell you, eating well, getting enough sleep is very important when you are a caregiver, because when you are a caregiver, sometimes we tend to forget to eat. Sometimes we keep going and going and going because we have a lot of things. We are parents, we are grandparents, we are workers, we are entrepreneurs, we have 9 to 5s, and we just keep going and going and going, not getting enough sleep, not putting enough sleep time in there. But them are very important when it comes to taking care of your loved one, especially if you're traveling from a distance. And as well, another thing is find that support group and local caregiver support groups that you need, because one of the biggest thing is that we feel as caregivers we are not alone. There's other caregivers out there, like the speakers on the platform now. Find that support system that's going to help you through it, that's going to talk you through it. Find a support system that you can just venture out to. Also, one of the biggest things is seek professional help. Get a therapist, get a coach, find a support group as well as everything else. And last but not least is realizing, and I know I said this before, realizing that you're not alone, that others are going through similar experience, nurturing your ability to be self-compassion for yourself. And one of the things I want to you guys, I want to leave with you is think positively, learn actively, play more, be yourself, smile always, love passionately, live freely, work hard, shine bright, dream big, relax often, and guess what? The most biggest part is enjoy yourself. And I want to thank you guys for listening. Thank you, Sherelle, for this platform. I really appreciate it. I am Dr. Joe. I'm the mental health expert. You can connect with me on all social media. My website is Common Minds, www.commonmindsllc.com. As well, you can follow me on social Instagram. In the first 10 people follow me on Instagram will get a mental health book. I've been on an anthology on this project called Your Mental Health Matters. And I talk about the journey of overcoming fear and anxiety. So the first 10 people will follow me on Instagram will get that free gift. And I am through. Thank you all for being so attentive, and I really appreciate it. Thank you, Sherelle. Y'all have a wonderful restoration.
All right, there we have it, Dr. Joe. Thank you so much, Dr. Joe, for the successful tips on for a long distance relationship with your loved one as far as taking care of them. We know that long distance can really be frustrating, tiring, lonely, and all of that. It all plays a part. Well, with you, definitely, Dr. Joe, get the rest that you need. You know, we do a lot, and we literally tend to forget. You know what I'm saying? We need that rest. We need to just sit down and eat. We need to just decompress, right? That's what we need to do. I'm telling you right now, I'm not doing everything. Don't even call on me because I'm not. You know what I'm saying? If you can't do it, girl, you can't do everything for everybody, baby. I'm telling you right now, I just But you see what I'm saying? You have to just be like, you know what? I'm just not going to be able to help you on that right now.
And you know what,
and then being real about it.
You know what, Sherelle? One of the things I learned is to put my phone on Do Not Disturb. So my phone go on Do Not Disturb from 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. And that's my time to relax.
And beautiful. That's what you have to do. You have to take that time. You got to be there for your honey. You cannot just leave you out there hanging, right? You know what I'm saying? So we have to be well-rounded. We have to be well-rounded and holistically, right? I look at my phone. I do like that commercial dude. My brother let his phone, somebody called, be like, and just keep moving. Yes. But thank you so much, Dr. Joe. We appreciate you. We love you. Keep doing what you're doing. And we're going to keep this thing going. Thank you so much. So stick and stay, Dr. Joe. Comment over on Facebook. For those of you that's on Facebook, go over there and comment. I'm going to take you off the stage now, Dr. Joe. We appreciate and love you. Okay, so there we have it, good people. We still here. We still going. We got a couple of more wonderful, dynamic speakers that's coming forth. We're not going to delay you any longer. We have next coming to the stage is Judy A. Hewitt. So Judy, wonderful Judy. Judy is a 2-time best-selling author. She's going to come and speak to us about rest, restore, renew to a purposeful life. We all need this. We need the 3 R's, the 3 P's, the 3 C's. I have them all down pat. I'm telling you, we need them. So Judy is, like I said, is a 2-time best-selling author, speaker, and an advocate. She has authored her first journal called Rest, Restore, Renew. This self-care journal is for caregiver. It captures her life story of going through the process of forgiveness while caring for a family member. Her mantra, forgiveness leads to purpose. She has a Bachelor in Science in Business and Healthcare Administration. Her career spans over 35 years in the healthcare industry. Originally a native of Trinidad and Tobago, she now calls Florida her home. I'm going to have Judy A. Hewitt come to the stage. I know I have a little Southern accent myself. If the name is off, forgive me. Charge it to my head, not to my heart, baby. Because I'm telling you right now, these names, you know what I'm saying? How you doing, Judy? Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much, Judy, for your patience, for waiting. We have more speakers coming forth. So I'm going to let you go ahead and share your story of your topic of rest, restore, renew to a purposeful life. Judy, you have the stage.
Thank you so much, Sherelle, for this opportunity. Global caregiver speaker. I'm so honored to be here. Thank you to all my colleagues who went before me and who's to come after me. Such a pleasure being here on this Resurrection Weekend. So as you said, I have spent over 3 decades as a healthcare professional. Currently, I'm a case manager. I've witnessed firsthand the mental and physical demands that professional caregivers often face. Nevertheless, it wasn't until I became a caregiver to my mom, who was diagnosed with cirrhosis of the liver and needed a liver transplant, that I really understood the challenges that a personal caregiver face on a daily basis. As a result, as you said, I wrote about that experience in my first anthology, For Such a Time as This. And after speaking on different platforms about that experience, it really inspired me to become an advocate for caregivers. And Self-Care for Caregivers International was formed. Now, Self-Care for Caregivers International, we exist to provide a balance of spiritual, social, and emotional support to caregivers, as most of my colleagues has already mentioned. We are brand new. On October 15th of last year, we had our very first annual workshop. And what we did was we totally loved on our caregivers and provided them the things that were needed, the resources, programs that help with payment, co-payment of your medication, education. We had speakers that came in and spoke about insurance and spoke about having a plan in place. We also provided them with massages and mini facials, aromatherapy, just to take care of them holistically with the needs that they have. And we are looking forward to our next annual workshop coming up in October of this year. Now, the National Alliance for Caregivers 2020 report reveals that there's been an increase in the number of family caregivers in the United States. From 2015 to 2020, the numbers are at 9.5 million. Now, this equates to more than 1 in 5 Americans that are caregivers. So I am so glad that we have this summit where we are discussing this platform and being very purposeful and talking about caregiving, as it is really important to us now. Based on these statistics, the demand, our time, our energy, it is easy to forget about taking care of ourselves while we take care of our loved ones. And so for this evening, well, I should say this morning, I'd like to provide 3 elements and techniques to help reduce the stress and promote a sense of calm as we support our caregivers. And those 3 elements: rest, restore, renew. Now, as we know, rest is very essential. It provides better mental health. It increases concentration and memory. We must establish regular sleep routines, as discussed before. Sometimes it's great to start your morning with sunshine. The sunlight and exposure, it stimulates and it releases hormones that helps with alertness. Usually, if we wake up every time the same day, it also helps with great sleep patterns so we can be restored to taking care of our loved one. I recommend taking a nap. Sometimes it's not wrong for you to take time out for yourself to take a nap. Just make sure it's under 90 minutes to keep our biological clock in check. And lastly, unwinding. Take a warm bath or shower. The warm water helps reduce your muscles, tension, it lowers stress levels, and it increases your circulation. Now, if you can put in the chat, let me know what are some of your rest routines, as it is one of the importance of us in calm and getting rid of stress that we need to take care of our caregivers. We're looking forward to some of those rest routines. The next item is restoration. Restoration is defined as the act of returning something to its former condition, making something new again. Now, one of my favorites is journaling. I believe it's a great technique to help assist with balancing in your life. And it could be simple, just grabbing a pen and writing down what comes to mind. 2 particular techniques that I like to touch on today is the gratitude journal. Take a couple times a week and just jot down things that you're grateful for. Practicing gratitude has numerous health benefits. It improves your quality of life. There's also a worry journal. Now, you can jot down before you go to bed, just jot down things that concerns you, things that are troublesome, things that happen during the day that brought maybe some fear or some worries. By doing this, it helps reduce the anxiety, which will help with your rest. So then, therefore, when you rest, you've already released the things that went on for today, so you can have a great time resting to get up in the morning, to go on to your activities and take care of your family member. Now, lastly, let's talk about renewal. Renewal is about refreshing our minds, our bodies, and our spirit, engaging in activities that revitalize us. Some techniques that I'd like to mention is learning a new skill, taking a workshop. How about engaging in hobbies that you used to do? Get back to the things that you loved doing when you were a kid. things that bring about fun. There's nothing wrong with taking out time to have fun. Look at a funny movie. That's one of my favorites. I love laughing. But that'll help refill our souls, revitalize us, give us refresh. And as most of the speakers have already mentioned, community is so important. Surround ourselves with people that keep us uplifted, people that provides us support. That also helps to revitalize us, help us to reset. And lastly, one of my favorites, schedule a massage or a spa day. Aromatherapy is also good. The benefits of massage therapy gives you the power to accomplish a lot of good for your physical and your mental being. Now, just to let you know that there's no one size to this rest, restore, renew. It's different for everyone. But I implore you to just take some time out of your day just to do one. You'd be surprised on what 10 minutes will do to you in helping you go back and be a caregiver to your loved one. It'll help rebuild your reserves. By focusing on these three elements, rest, restore, renew, it'll help us to prioritize our well being. It'll create a healthy balance in our lives. Remember, as a lot of my colleagues have already said, self care is not selfish, it is selfless, but it is an essential part of being an effective caregiver. By doing so, you will be well on your way to a healthier, happier, prosperous, purposeful life. Now, please connect with us. We're at self-care for caregivers international.com, and that is self-care, the number 4, caregivers, intl.com. We have our journal that is on our website. It is also on Amazon. You can also connect with us by email, selfcare, the number 4, caregivers, intl at gmail.com. And lastly, I would love to leave you with this quote by our former First Lady, Rosalind Carter. There are 4 types of people in the world: those who have been caregivers, those who are caregivers, those who will be caregivers, and those who will need a caregiver. I thank you so much for your time. I thank you so much for listening to me. Remember, rest, restore, renew, so we can be revised, reset to be able to take care of our loved ones. Thank you so much, Sherelle.
Okay. Listen, even if I don't come on the stage, you still keep it going, baby. Okay. Listen, you never know what's happening behind the scenes. Don't stop. Get it. You know what I'm saying? Keep it going, right? Until I'm able to come on the stage.
Okay.
Judy, thank you so much for sharing that. It was wonderful. I would say the 3 R's of caregiving: rest, restore, and renew. Thank you so much for sharing that. Now, those who's in the listening
Thank you.
audience, put in the chat, my pleasure. Put in the chat what you received from Judy A. Hewitt. How you say your last name?
Hewitt.
Get it right. Wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing that. And
Thank
we're going to
you.
connect with you. Those in the listening audience, connect with Judy, the other speakers that went forth earlier today. We're going to keep this going. We love you, Dr. Judy. I call everybody doctor.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Thank you so much, Judy. My pleasure.
You're welcome.
Listening audience, go over on the Facebook side and join in with the comments. They are commenting. They love on. Thank you so much. Okay, there you have it, good people. We're going to keep it moving. This is so wonderful. I need everyone that's still listening on Facebook. If you're not on Facebook, go over on Facebook and join us in the comments over there. I mean, we have comments here, but I think StreamYard, I don't know if it's pulling over to Facebook, but go over on Facebook and connect with us under the Global Caregiver Speakers. They having a good time over there putting comments there. So I see some of them, but I can't watch everything. But yes, go over there and connect with us on Facebook under Global Caregivers Speakers. Put in your comments, and we're going to keep this going. We have a couple more speakers that's coming forth. Next coming to the stage is the wonderful Dr. Patricia Goodman. Okay, so Dr. Patricia Goodman, she's not new at this. She's a wonderful speaker as well. She's been on the platform before. She's not new, like I said, in this speaker arena. Dr. Patricia Goodman, she's out of Suffolk, Virginia. She is a marketplace minister. She's Dr. Patricia's treasure box. That's funny to me. Treasure box, okay. Dr. Patricia Treasures Box, LLC. She's also a certified master coach that's focusing on healing and deliverance. And we all know we can use both of those, healing and be delivered from some things. She's a certified public speaker. She's a 2-time published author on Amazon. She's the lead intercessor on the Herpreneurial Network. Dr. Patricia Goodman, let me tell you something. She is the owner of the cryptocurrency wealth. I told you that treasure meant wealth, didn't I? That treasure, listen, Dr. Patricia have a treasure box, okay? So without further ado, we have a wonderful bio. You're going to have to catch up with Dr. Patricia and connect with her on the Facebook. Hey, Dr. Patricia.
Hello, Queen Sherelle.
Thank you so much. Yes, wonderful. Thank you, Queen Dr. Patricia. Listen, I'm going to let you come share your story your way, right? You have a wonderful, impressive bio. I can't even read it all, but they're going to need to connect with you. That's why I told you, go off the stream. Now go over on the Facebook page and put your comments in so you can connect with Dr. Patricia and the other wonderful speakers that have come forth already and those that will be coming forth. Okay, Dr. Patricia, I'm going to let you tell your story your way. She's going to talk about the importance of being a caregiver. Dr. Patricia, take it away.
Thank you, Queen Sherelle. Thank you for the others that's on the platform. I mean, you all have been given awesome information. I'm here to present to you the importance of a caregiver. And one of the things that I discovered, I needed a foundational scripture. And the foundational scripture that I use is according to Ecclesiastes 3:1-22. It says, for everything there is a season, a time for every manner under heaven. It's a time to be born, a time to die, a time to plant, and a time to pluck up what is planted, a time to kill, a time to heal, a time to break down, a time to build up, a time to weep, a time to laugh, a time to mourn, a time to dance, a time to cast away stones, a time to gather stones together, a time to embrace, and a time to refrain from embracing. That is my foundational scripture on this journey as being a caregiver. And when I looked at a time to be born, when I think about my son, wow, he'll be 30 years old this month. And one of the things that happened after he was born, he was diagnosed with ADD. Did I have a clue about ADD? Didn't even know what that meant. But what I realized, he had he had an attention deficiency. So he was doing things in school that I did not understand. And one thing I learned in my journey as a caregiver, I couldn't whip him for everything because he was doing things the opposite of what he needed to be doing. And I didn't understand it until he was diagnosed. He was actually in school, and the principal was calling me every day about his behavior. I had no clue as a single parent what my son was going on. So that meant I had to educate myself as far as being a caregiver with someone diagnosed with ADD. Didn't have a clue, but we got through the journey. We got through the journey because I was a praying person. In other words, I trusted God to walk me through this journey with him. And God showed me in a dream, all I had to do was hold his hands and walk him through. And because of that, he graduated from high school, even though he still had this disease, because it doesn't go anywhere. Some people still have this disease even in their adulthood. Even though I wasn't diagnosed with ADD or ADHD, I know I had something in school. But the Lord brought him through where he was able to graduate from high school, go to Job Corps, and then the Army. That was nobody but God. And I have to give God the credit for everything that took place. So a time to be born. Then there came my mother, who I love dearly, a time to die. I didn't want her to die, but she was diagnosed with colon cancer back in 1999. She went with me to my graduation, but she was sick. I didn't understand her sickness. All I know, her complexion was changing. She was losing weight, but my mother was strong. She was the pillar of the family. I mean, we went to her for anything, mama, who doesn't go to their mom? I went to my mom, but when she got sick, I was in denial because I was looking for her to pop back up and get herself together. And God allowed that. He allowed her to get back on her feet when she was diagnosed in 99 with colon cancer. And so that's the memory that I hold on to, that God answered my prayer. He allowed her to move and go about her business. But I'll never forget it. She came to my house and sat on my coffee table at that time. And she said, I'm losing my hair again. Yeah, she went through chemo. She went through the things that she needed to go through. And God raised her up again. But then she realized that the cancer had spread it to other parts of her body. And I was like, wow, God, I know you're going to do it again. You're going to keep her strong. And she had gotten to the place where she wanted to go to church. See, my mother was an evangelist. She loved the Lord. She was like the mother for everyone at my church. Everyone listened to her. She was a great teacher. And I just saw her going a different direction. Her health was failing her, and there was nothing I could do. I could pray, and when I did pray, God answered me. He said, she shall live and not die. So I was all right with that answer. Okay, God, she's going to live and not die. But oh my goodness, her health was failing her. But what God showed me after she passed, that she was going to live through us, through her children, through everyone that she touched as she was coming forth in her Christian walk. She touched a lot of people. And I can see now her mantle rests with me. I thank God for her mantle that rests on me, allowing me to tell of the goodness of God, to share her testimony and her faith in God. And then there's a time to kill. Yeah, I'm bringing it down to you because my grandmother, my mother's mother, she probably had dementia. I didn't know what that was at the time, but I saw her changing. I didn't understand all of her changing. But what happened? She became the shooting grandma. I didn't even know she had a gun. She was shooting in the ceiling because she was hallucinating. She said they were here. I was talking to her on the phone because I knew better. I won't going over there. not to my grandmother's house long as she had that gun in the hand, but she called my grandfather at the time had already gone, and so she was there by herself. And what ended up happening, the police called my uncle and said if she called us one more time, we're coming to pick her up. And so that's how my uncle got involved. But I didn't go over there that night. I talked to her on the phone and she was whispering. She said, they're here. I said, who's there, Grandma? She said, they're in the ceiling. So my grandma had put a gun in her hand and she was shooting in the ceiling. And I didn't understand, but now I do because of the knowledge that I have received. That was back in 2004, before dementia had got to the point where it is now. And she was a diabetic, and I had to go over there and just check on her and to make sure that, because my grandma was a little hard-headed. She was a little hard-headed, but I thank God for my journey, because what my grandmother allowed me to see, that I love mental health. I got an opportunity to work at a mental health hospital as a direct support. And at the time, they hired me as a residential support specialist. So I was able to see mental health on a different level. And it also prepared me that I was working with people that could have been my mother, my uncle, my father, my sisters, my brothers. I just realized that this could be my family member. So it took me on a journey that I was not expecting. But I know that God had me on a path. That's the reason why I gotta say it's a time, a reason, a season, or a lifetime. So now it brings me to the point where a time of breakdown, where I had to learn how to take care of my friend. I had a friend that was diagnosed with bone cancer. He was a young man, and I just knew he was going to live because his mind was so strong. His mind override the way his body was feeling. He wanted to live. But what I saw in him was a breakdown. His body was breaking down. And I just know that God took him home, but he wanted to live. And I was there as one of his caregivers. There was another young lady there. We were both helping him because he wasn't even from this area. He was actually from Connecticut. But we made a decision that we were going to be his caregiver because he was a true servant. He didn't mind helping other people. He didn't mind being a servant. So I know God was just allowing me to be a caregiver for him, where I was able to take care of him. I'm talking about this role as a caregiver is so important. And one of the things that I learned that I wanted to share with you, communication is very important. Even when I think about my mom, she wanted to tell me, she wanted to share with me how she was feeling. She was actually tired, but I wouldn't let her tell it. I would just go, Ma, rebuke it in the name of Jesus. You're going to live and not die. Oh, no, Ma, we're not going to talk about that. But communication is so important. You have to allow the person that you're taking care of to share their thoughts, to share what they're feeling, so they can get their relief. See, I didn't allow my mom to release. She released to my brother, but I didn't give her the opportunity to release to me. Even though I was a caregiver, I wasn't really listening because I was at a stage of denial. The other thing that you have to have as a caregiver, I'm talking about the importance of a caregiver. You got to have patience. You got to have patience. And one of the things that I didn't know that was within me, because I learned a long time ago, you don't pray for patience. So what I learned, that was already a part of my makeup. I learned that I had patience. I could actually just take care of someone with no issues. So as being a caregiver, one of the characteristics that you must have is to be patient, to have communication skills, patience, and then a problem solver. Wow, I've learned that you have to be a problem solver. When you don't understand everything, you have to go to the source. And I learned that the source, as Dr. Joe was talking about the Bible and prayer, I learned in my journey that I needed the Bible, I needed the Word of God, I needed to hear it, and I also needed prayer. Prayer is powerful because what I learned, prayer has enough power to change in a situation. So what ended up happening, that person's situation may not have changed, but God gave me the strength to endure what I was enduring. So it's a journey. It's a journey. And then I learned how to embrace being a caregiver. Even now, I am a caregiver to my cousin who's only 28 years old. She has cerebral palsy. And I've learned to take care of her. You know, her mother and I are first cousins. And when my young cousin decided that she wanted to move on her own, her parents was like, oh no, oh no. But I made a decision because caregiving was already in my heart, because God had took me on the journey of being a caregiver. So what ended up happening, it wasn't a problem with me. I said I would take care of her. I would help her. I will make sure she's okay, because I had empathy, because I know if I was in that situation and I wanted to be independent, I wanted someone to step up to the plate and say, hey, I would help. I would do this thing. So even in our caregiving mode, we have to have empathy. We got to be able to feel what they're feeling, or at least know what they're going through. So this journey allowed me to have empathy. And then you have to have a positive mindset. Your mindset has to be positive. You got to think, you can't go in talking negative. You can't go in based on what you see and speak it to someone, because it will change their whole dimension. It would change their whole way of thinking. So we have to be careful when we go in being a caregiver. We have to have, yes, a positive mindset. Thank you, Queen Judy. We got to have a positive mindset when we go in as a caregiver. I don't care what it may look like. I don't care what the music or the sound that's going on in your mind. You still got to be positive, because you want to bring a positive vibe with everyone that you come in contact with. So I thank God, Queen Sherelle, for this opportunity to share my journey as a caregiver. And also, if you want to reach out to me, you're welcome to look at my social media. My name is Patricia. I only have one I in my name, because that's what my mom, that's how she spelled my name at birth. She spelled it with one I. And an English teacher told me it still can be pronounced as Patricia with the long I. So my name is Dr. Patricia with one I. So I'm on all social media. And yes, www.networthwithpat.com deals with my cryptocurrency. I am a cryptocurrency owner. And also, Queen Sherelle, yes, that is my new business. I am the CEO of Dr. Patricia Treasure Box. And in this treasure box, I'm going to be able to share the things that God shared with me. He has given me an opportunity to become a master coach. And in this new position that I'm in, I can do healing. By the grace of God, I can do deliverance, because I know the power of the tongue. And so, Queen Sherelle, back to you.
We're back. Thank you so much, Dr. Queen Patricia. Wow, you shared so much information, abundance of information related to what? how to take care of being a caregiver. We are all caregivers, so we need that help along the way. We all do. I know I do. In the healthcare industry, dealing with just all kind of personalities, baby. It's real. So I
Yes.
thank you for sharing your story. Continue to go over to the Facebook group. For those of you that's in the listening audience, go over to the Facebook Global Caregivers Speakers. That's where everything is taking place at now. Go in, put in your comments, share, engage. Let us know what you're hearing. What's going on? Are you hearing what they're saying, or what's going on with you? What is your takeaways? Okay, Dr. Patricia Goodman, thank you so much, Queen. We're gonna move on to the next one. Keep smiling. Keep giving the best care ever. All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Queen
Thank
Patricia.
you.
Okay, my pleasure. We're going to keep this going. We're going to keep it going. We have next coming to the stage, Dr. Ethel Lord. Dr. Lord is a master dementia coach and a consultant. She's not new in the industry as either. She's been out there for a long time as well. She's not new to speaking. She is the founding president of the International Caregivers Association, ICA. Her topic, she's going to come talk about the 3 steps in delivering superior dementia caregiving and surviving the challenge. Dr. Lord provided dementia care in the state of Maine for 21 years to her husband, Major Larry S. Potter, who is from the United States Air Force, who's retired. Previously, she provided family care to to her husband, and also dementia. She's a dementia coach. That's her specialty, to support both managerial and care providers. Memory loss care affects millions of individuals around the world. For each individual diagnosis with memory care, at least 3 individuals provide direct care and services. I'm going to let Dr. Lord, Ethel Lord, come share her story her way. Dr. Lord, take it away. She's going to talk about the 3 steps in delivering superior dementia caregiving and surviving the challenge. Dr. Lord, take it away.
Yes, thank you very much, Cheryl. Thank you also for all the presenters before me and all the information that everybody has received. I want to say that everyone everywhere today is listening to this and watching these presentations. They're enormously valuable for anyone that's providing caregiving, whether to an individual or to several individuals, organizations, for example. Let me see, I have a problem with my screen right now. I have somebody. I want to say that the work of caregiving is enormously important. We've seen this morning with all the presentations. We need good information for sure, good training. There are some values in in being empathic, also in communication clearly. But I will focus for my presentation on 3 areas. I don't know if you can still see me. I have problems over here. Okay. I want to work, and let me start again. For the purpose of this presentation, I'll focus on the wellness part of dementia care, because we know there is absolutely no cure and no effective treatment for dementia at the moment, except for the care that every caregiver is able to give to someone living with memory loss or dementia. So that care is not only for physical comfort of the person living with dementia or their safety, it's also for their emotional and spiritual comfort. So the role that you play as a caregiver in these areas, physical, emotional, and spiritual, and how we deliver this superior care is what I want to emphasize today. Secondly, it's even as important or as important as the caregiver to survive the challenge of dementia care is for them to have the proper training and the proper tools in their toolbox. And I think many presenters mentioned that. It's very, very important. So please excuse me if I repeat something you may have heard. It may be because it's that important. So first, I want to talk about the physical needs of the caregiver. And I know this has been mentioned. It's so important to take care of yourself, whether it's exercising in a program that you've established or you like, whether it's on right off your television, whether it's simply walking, taking a walk outside, which is something I prefer to do, and also eating properly, because we know food is a healer. So without proper food, then your own needs are not met as a caregiver. So there's also meditating. Meditating doesn't mean that you have to do yoga or exercise even. It may simply mean to listen to bird songs, to take a walk in the woods. That's all part of meditating. So it's fairly easy to adopt something that might fit your needs better than mine or anybody else. That's what you have to find. So you want to do that also to establish that as a routine, because routines make everything easier, and you will stick with it. It's important to stick with an exercise program. Also to eat regularly, things like that, and get your sleep. Very important. There are things to help you sleep. Find out what they are for you and adopt them. So that's my first part. My second part is to speak Alzheimer's. Unless as a caregiver, you don't learn to speak Alzheimer's, you will have difficulty serving that person or that population. Now, I was born in a French family, so I speak French. I had to learn English, and I also learned Latin and a little bit of Spanish, but very little. So I'm going to teach you right now how to speak Alzheimer's. It's fairly easy because most people think that when you get older, you can't learn a second language. But if it's your second language, let me tell you what it is. The first thing is don't ask questions, because people living with dementia or memory loss really are using their right brain, not so much the left brain. And when we ask questions, it requires thinking. And we're simply reminding them that they have lost memory, that they can't find that special thing that we're asking. For example, if I ask somebody, what did you eat this morning for breakfast? And the person lives with dementia, I'm simply reminding that person that they have lost some memory. They may get frustrated, they may get angry, they may get sad that they can't remember. So if I say instead, are you hungry? It's a yes or no. Are you cold? That's a good question, but nothing to do with remembering past information. The second thing in learning how to speak Alzheimer's, and there's only 3 things, so it's not difficult to learn, is to learn that they are the expert. Now, I often hear people say, I'm an expert in dementia care coach or counselor or caregiver. I'm an expert. There's only one expert, and it's the person living with dementia. And they know their condition, and they know when it changes. They can feel it, or you can see some changes in them. So they truly are the expert, and we are following them. They're not following us. The third point is always agree with everything they say. So if they say this is winter, I remember my husband watching a television program, it was in the winter, but yet we were in the summer. And he said to me, go get the dog because it's snowing outside. I said, I will. And I went to get the dog. I didn't disagree with him, because disagreeing with him would have started something that I might have not wanted to see or hear. And it would have disturbed him as well as myself. The other thing is not to interrupt them. So there's two parts to this one. The third one is to agree with everything they say and also not to interrupt them while they're speaking, because interruptions means losing that phrase. So they may not finish their statement. So it's another form of aggravation, frustration, and maybe anger. So the 3 points again is don't ask questions, learn from them as their own expert, and always agree with everything, never interrupt them while they're speaking. So just remember also that their long-term memory is intact. So they may come up with some statements sometimes that make no sense to you, but a lot to them. Because memory loss is like taking a file cabinet, throwing it in the middle of a room, and then asking the person to find the invoice for the electrician in that mess, in that pile of newspaper. But it's still in there, except we don't know where it is exactly. And that's what happens with a person with dementia. So we say when we learn to speak Alzheimer's, those 3 things: don't ask questions, learn from them as their own expert. I'm not the expert. Always agree with everything they say, everything, and do not interrupt them while they're saying it. We call that the state of contented dementia. And it's based on a book called Contented Dementia. I highly recommend it. My final step for you today that I want to talk about is, I call it effective communications. When all of us, every one of us was born, we were born with 4 basic feelings: sad, glad, mad, and scared. Those feelings a baby will express, and you know that because when you observe a baby, you can see that. What happens as we get older is we forget to say, I'm sad, I'm scared of this, I don't know about that, I'm not sure I can succeed here. So when a person shows their feelings and they have memory loss or dementia, it's important to de-escalate those feelings and to reflect what they're feeling. So I know you're sad. I know you're mad. I remember a man who was pounding on the counter asking for his brother, but I was told his brother had died. I started pounding with him at the same rate, and I'm simply reflected this feeling. I said, you love your brother, don't you? Your brother loves you too, right? And he immediately stopped pounding. So to be validated for their feelings is extremely important. So remember that. Sad, glad, mad, and scared, we're all entitled to that, even the person with dementia, and especially them. Always ask for what you want, simply by saying, what I want is. The third thing is don't what you don't want to do. So if you're asked by your superior to do something that you don't want to do, you can say, this is really not possible for me. That's really clear communication. Very important when you're working within a family caregiving situation, but with others, that we heard that in one of the presenters, like you create a team. It could be that you have a superior because you work at an assisted living, or you work directly with a management team. You're the nurse director, and you're working directly with management. So clear communication is very, very important. I say it straight or you'll show it crooked. So it's important to say it straight. And how you say it straight is that you say how you feel, you ask for what you want, and you don't do what you don't want to do. I'm Etel Lord, Dr. Etel Lord, from the International Caregivers Association, right here in California today, but I'm also in Maine, and I thank you for this time.
Okay, Dr. Lord, thank you so much for presenting your topic for today. I mean, it's like intermingling and talking about like the dementia aspect, how to care for the loved one, how to get your respite care renewed, restore, right? So everyone is really just intertwining with one another, and everything is meshing together. Thank you so much, Dr. Lord, for your 3 superior steps and how to navigate. I'm using other words, and how to navigate your loved one with dementia. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay, connect. Listen, you all can go over to Facebook and connect on Global Caregiver Speakers. Engage with the presenters. Engage with them. They have their email. They have their website. It's something that has been said already that you can connect with. Okay, we look forward to you connecting with each and every one of the people, and we're going to continue on the platform. Thank you so much, Dr. Lord.
Thank you. Have a good day.
My, my pleasure. Okay, we're going to keep it going. Next, coming to the stage. Listen, this is my wonderful couple. I am so happy we came across each other pathway. This is the first. They are making history today, right? This is the first couple in our Global Caregivers Network. So they are making history. We're going to do what we need to do today. We're going to introduce Mr. Keith and Dr. Katandra Demps. I just love this couple. They are definitely in the business of speaking. They are not new at speaking. Mr. Keith Demps is the co-founder of the KLD Consulting. He is a telecommunications technician of Orlando, Florida. Keith and his wife has been married, I think they told me, for a couple of years. They're really still newlyweds, y'all. So I'm giving it up to the newlyweds. I love it. They still newlyweds. Listen, they still in the romance phase, baby. So yes. And Dr. Katandra, you can call her Dr. Kat for short, Demps. They've been, like I said, they've been married for a couple of years. She is the co-founder of the KLD Consultant. She is a multilingual, nationally certified speech language pathologist. That's a tongue twister. She is a certified autism specialist. She's a certified public health researcher and certified in the practice of cognitive rehabilitation. Kat is founder and the director of nonprofit Dr. Love's Healthcare, K&K Services, and Dr. Love's Integrational Nutrition and Lifestyle Medicine, PLLC. I'm going to bring them up to the stage right now. They share their love and passion for service through cooking, traveling, and the Word of God. They're going to come share their wonderful topic on the DEPS. That's the DEMPS. Each letter, not all combined together. It's D period, E period, M period, P period, and S period. Self-care, caregiver wellness roadmap. I'm going to let them share their story their way. Thank you so much for joining us. You all have the stage.
Thank you, Dr. Sherelle. Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. I am Keith Demps, and this is my beautiful wife,
Kat Demps.
And we are here live today. And thank you for all of our caregivers that spoke before us. Thank you for that wonderful information that you have shared with us. And what we're going to do with you is share with you all with some information today. But first, we're going to tell you a little bit about ourselves. We are caregivers, and we help caregivers without sacrificing their life by their health, that is, without sacrificing their health through spiritual nourishment and healthy lifestyles. But first and foremost, we want to really tell you about Caregivers Demps Wellness Roadmap. Now, the type of people that we help are?
Yes, we help single, married, and professional caregivers care for their loved ones or other patients, clients that they have without sacrificing their own health through the DEMS Caregiver Wellness Roadmap. So they come to us for all things health and wellness.
Absolutely. And before we go any further, we want to share with you all 4 important things that are very important. They're going to be goals and objectives that we have learned through our life experiences as caregivers that will help each and every caregiver that's caring for their loved ones. So one of the topics is how our story began, and that's our story of caregiving. That's the first one.
Yes, and the second goal and objective we have for today is to review our DEMPS, DEMPS, self-care caregiver wellness roadmap.
Absolutely. And the third one is the DEMPS Caregivers Wellness Assessment. Now, this assessment is very important because you want to take assessments of yourself as caregivers. And the fourth one?
How to apply to work with us at klbconsulters.com so we can connect and be a more personalized asset to you to meet your needs, your self-care needs as you care for others without sacrificing your health.
She said this so good.
I practiced it like 1,000 times before we got on stage.
So that being said, we're going to tell our story now, how we came into caregiving, because caregiving is so important. First of all, we want you all to understand that this is a gift that God given us. We did not know about it. Many of us as caregivers, sometimes we start caregiving at an early age, and we are not aware of it. Mm-hmm. So with that being said, my wife is going to tell you her story, and then I'll follow up with you how we became caregivers.
Well, we only have 30 minutes and ticking. And for some of us, we stand between you and lunch. So where do I begin? It all started probably, I would say, when I was in my college years. I have a honor and privilege to know my great-grandmother on my mother's side and my grandmother. And now as a full-time caregiver with my spouse to both of my parents, I've had over 25 years of practice, personal and professional. Mm. And so my great-grandmother went on to be with the Lord at the ripe old age of 90, I believe she was 98. And that was my first stint. It was my first opportunity to understand what caregiving was like as a family member. And as my husband just said, we take for granted the fact that we actually caregive and we don't realize it. Yeah. Whether you're a mom, you're a spouse, you're, a niece or nephew, and you're taking care of a loved one, a grandmother, that's caregiving. And so I learned early on how not just being a family member, but having a background in medicine contributed to helping my family make those very important decisions. Mm-hmm. And once my great-grandmother went on to be with the Lord, I was blessed with the opportunity to take care of her mother, my maternal grandmother, and helping make those decisions to help them age with grace. I think a prior speaker said, it doesn't matter what you do, you can't change the situation, but your goal is to serve and allow the Lord to help them transition as he sees fit. Yes. And let him use us and submit to whatever he has in that situation. So fast forward to 2015, July, my parents were headed to my two oldest nephews' World Series baseball tournament in Missouri. And I got a call around 2 a.m. that they had been in a head-on collision, and a gentleman had crossed over the road, hit them head on, and they were in a Suburban that collided with a Prius vehicle and was overturned into a ditch. And that resulted in my father becoming a bilateral above and below the knee amputee, and my mother suffering frontal lobe head damage and a left orbital blowout. And thankfully, they did survive that crash, but after months of sedation, intubation, surgeries, rehabilitation, with the help of my brother and his family, they transitioned from Missouri to Arkansas, then finally to home. And that meant I was their single caregiver. So if you see the progression of who we serve and why we can personally and professionally say we can serve, I was it for years in that capacity. So as a single caregiver, trying to work a full-time job and take care of my parents, I had a colleague. She was a board member on Dr. Love's Healthcare, and she recognized that I had ended a engagement and asked me if I was interested in meeting someone. And around October 2018, fast forward again, that's when I met my husband. And he was caregiving. He'll tell his story. And my goal was to help him, and it all ended up being we helped each other. And we are here now serving in a caregiving capacity to my parents. And we are thankful that we're able to do that together and
Yes.
serve in that capacity.
Yes. Thank you so much, sweetheart. Now, for me, oh my goodness, it began actually with my father. Wonderful man, wonderful, wonderful man, love him dearly. And then with my mother back in 2018, I'll pick up the story when at that point, prior to meeting Love, my mother was in Colorado, and I had moved her, my sister and I, from Colorado to Arizona. And then from Arizona, she moved from Arizona to Florida. Now, before she moved from Arizona, I moved her 3 times in Arizona. There was a lot of moving going on. Let's just say that. But during that time, my sister was with me and love her dearly, and all of my siblings too as well. We all as a group, as siblings, all of us pitched in and helped taking care of our wonderful mother, which we did not know at the time what was going on with her. So as she moved from Arizona to Florida, and when I came back to Florida, I want to put a pause in there. We had a dear loved one at that particular time that we did not know that was in a car accident, which was my ex-wife. She was rear-ended. And now, as it turns out, I'm thinking, okay, what is going on here? Now my mother is gone. She's in Florida with the rest of my siblings. Turns out that that accident actually helped save her life. This is my ex. She had a tumor in her stomach the size of a basketball. And we weren't aware of that. We didn't know what was going on. But then I started helping her as she was trying to move from Arizona to Colorado. So caregiving for her, then I received a phone call from one of my siblings stating that my mother was diagnosed with cancer. So then we're in this position now, I am, where I'm caring and at the same time trying to take care of self. How in the world do I do that? Did not know. So fast forward now after my ex got healthy, she had moved on, some time passed, met Love. Here it is now. I'm dealing with my mom, my siblings. We all are trying to figure out how to move on with life as well as care for her. And I want to share that story of how that when I came back from visiting my mother, going back and forth from Arizona to Florida, the toll that it took on me mentally, physically, and yes, spiritually. I found myself going into a tailspin. It didn't matter what I'd done. I tried to read, I tried to travel, go places, call up friends. Nothing helped me mentally because I was really going through a dark place in my life where I really didn't understand pouring out so much of self to others, we neglect our life. And just as I spoke, we neglect ourselves spiritually, so health-wise, physically, and mentally. And the mental toll that it took on me, I found myself driving some days after work, not knowing where I was going in Arizona, who to talk to. I just drove around in a vehicle from time to time until I can find some type of clarity and understanding. And I remember the days I would call Love up on the phone as she was in Texas. And I said, honey, we need to pray because I feel like in the wee hours of the night, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. And if any of you have ever lived in Arizona, it's not exactly cool in Arizona at 3 o'clock in the morning. It still can be 110 degrees. And that's how my temperature was on the inside too, as well, about 110 degrees. But we prayed, we laughed, we talked, we learned to be real with ourselves. And I thank God that love learned to also take time to just let me vent. And I allowed her to vent too as well and to get it out of our system. But what I really needed, or what we really needed, is what we are giving you all today that the Lord gave us, which is 4 categories. And we're going to, well, actually 5 categories as it pertains to our last name, DEMPS, DEMPS. And those 5 categories are very, very important. And we're going to start with those now. That's the DEMPS Wellness Roadmap. And the first category, as it pertains to the D, is development. Now, that development is self-care wellness plan. It's a roadmap to specific needs as you care for yourself and as you're caring for loved ones. That strategy is strategy number 1. It is the development. Develop a plan for yourself as you're caring for your loved one that will work for you and specifically just for yourself. Sweetheart, the second one.
Thank you. So after you have developed a self-care plan, a self-care wellness plan, that's, remember, it's not for the person you're taking care of, it's for you.
Yes.
After you have developed a self-care wellness plan, that letter E is going to stand for, drum roll, execute. You got to do it. You got to do it. And I know life changes, stuff happens, and it's, oh, well, Kat, that's easy to say. It's easier said than done. Yeah, it is. But you have to have a plan of action, and then you have to take baby steps and just do it.
That's right.
And so as you execute your self-care wellness plan, reflect daily on what is working.
That's right.
Because plans have to be tweaked. And there are going to be seasons in your life where the plan is not working. And
That's
you're
right.
like, what in the world's going on? And it's not that you have a plan and it's a bad plan. You just have to tweak it. But first you have to execute what you have decided to do for your own self-care, physical, spiritual, and mental wellness. And one of those things you can do as part of executing that plan and reflecting on that plan is journaling. So a prior speaker mentioned journal, whether you and journal takes different forms for different people. For me, I love to write, and I've learned to talk to text into my iPhone. There's a voice memo component. So if you don't have time to write things down, you can either talk to text them in your shared notes on your smartphone or your voice memo. Whatever journaling looks like for you, you want to journal your successes and your failures daily. So the last 2 speakers, maybe the speaker before, was specifically talking about the worry journal. And I've never even thought of that, because we always say, oh, well, God hasn't given us a spirit of fear, and we shouldn't worry. He knows every hair in our head. But he also says to bring our petitions before him. So if it takes a worry journal to help you get through that part of your day and process your day, as well as a gratitude journal, I try to journal 10 things I'm grateful for every day. Sometimes I get to it, sometimes I don't. But the Lord knows my heart and the prayers that I put forth. So whatever that looks like for you, the E in the DEMPS self-care caregiver wellness roadmap is execute.
Absolutely. And the next one is strategy. Number 3, maintain. Strategy number 3, maintain. Now, let's talk about maintain, because this is very important. Because once my wife just mentioned about execute, you want to maintain this. Maintain is thinking about caregivers wellness plan, which is a family dynamic, something that's going to help you maintain stability, state of mind, and then also maintain the plan that's been implemented, that's before you, that my wife just mentioned about, It's very important. Bring in family if you have family. If you do not have family, bring in someone that's part of a loved one that you can trust that will help you. The key part about this is trust that can help you and that is like-minded because you have a plan and you want to stick to this plan and you want to maintain it, but you do not want to deviate it in the sense of that, again, losing self of taking care of oneself. Implement. Bring in people that you know that when you put this plan in place, they can carry it out for you and maintain it while you're taking care of yourself and maintaining your loved one. Number 4, sweetheart.
Yes. So we've gone over the first 3. I just want to review, especially for those who are popping in and out of today's presentation. The D stands for develop a self-care caregiver wellness plan or self-care wellness plan. You as the caregiver are developing a self-care wellness plan. The E stands for execute, which means you want to execute, put into action whatever you have written down as your self-care wellness plan. You want to reflect daily on what's working, what's not working. You want to journal, whether that's audio, visual, print, the successes and failures daily. And then my husband just spoke about the letter M, which is maintain, and that is maintaining whatever is working. And then you change it if it's not, right? You go back to reflecting. So the P in the DIMPS self-care caregiver wellness roadmap is pivot. And a lot of us have heard that. I don't know about you, but I've been hearing that word a lot lately. You know, in this world where we have inflation and the recession and wars and rumors of wars and all these things that want to make us afraid, right? It just really projects us to be in a spirit of fear. We have to be able to pivot. So you're probably wondering, okay, well, what's the difference between pivot and rework the plan or execute the plan? Well, pivot means you have your self-care wellness plan when it's needed, whether it's an upcoming holiday.
Yes.
So this is something that is planned, or an extra responsibility, something that may not have been planned. Maybe an emergency came up. Making the plan work for you is worth it. So all we're saying is make sure there is flexibility. There is room for grace. There is space for grace, space for modifying that plan. Sometimes you may have to have a plan A or a plan B as part of your pivoting process to the plan that you've executed. So I would just give a really brief example in the 10-ish minutes we have left of what pivot looks like. My husband and I, we try to take, we have date nights, and and sometimes they happen and sometimes they don't. And it's part of our self-care wellness plan.
Absolutely.
And I surprised him last weekend. We had it was like a double day date night weekend because our church that we're currently visiting was having a conference and we both wanted to go. It started Friday evening and it ended around lunchtime.
Yes.
Saturday.
Yes, ma'am.
And instead of getting both of us up on Friday and driving to the conference and then trying to come back and caregive for my parents, what we did was we coordinated with our relatives, my aunt and uncle, who happened to be coming into town that weekend for a wedding, and they came in and they were able to spend some time with them, the very time that we would have needed to not have to commute back and forth, 45 minutes to an hour one way to take care of them. And we had an enjoyable conference/date night weekend.
Yes.
And it was just all by God's grace that certain things unfolded. They were planned. I had a plan in my head as to what we were going to do that weekend. But the how, in terms of that caregiver support and making sure someone was here to check in on my parents, that was not planned. My aunt actually texted me and said, "Hey," she texted me, I think the day before.
Day before.
She was like, "Hey, we're going to be coming into town for a wedding." And I'm like, "Oh, you're more than welcome to stay over or just come by." And they were like, "Oh yeah, we'll stay over Friday night and we'll head out to the wedding on Saturday afternoon. We'll spend the whole day with them Saturday during the day and go to the wedding Saturday afternoon. And then we'll head back to our to Austin on Sunday morning, because they have their own ministry that they do on Sunday afternoon." So that's a good example of like a positive pivot.
Absolutely.
I think that is hopefully that's a helpful example to you on what we consider a self-care wellness plan that we have agreed to every week to try to find. And then some days we don't, or some weeks we don't have a date night on the same day. It changes.
It does change it.
So.
And on to that point, before we run out of time, we make our plans. It doesn't mean that it always follow through. When my wife or I make those plans for date nights, it's a surprise for us. The spouse does not know what's happening. Like, it's a surprise. Yesterday was a date night. We had no idea. Like, this coming Friday or next week, it's my turn to plan the surprise, and she has no idea what we're going to do. The other week, I surprised her and took her axe throwing.
Yay!
And I wish I could share with you all how she really hit the target. And I told her, yeah, we'll always have a beautiful marriage. I'll never make you mad. But here's my other point, a part of the DIMPS Wellness Roadmap. It's the S. The S stands for source. The source is wellness material or resources. Bring in other resources that will help you, like resources that we just spoke about, resources of nonprofit, maybe programs, whatever resources that you can get your hands on that's positive and constructive, that will help you as a caregiver in two ways: help you care for the loved one that you're caring for, as well as caring for yourself. Use those resources and just what we just gave you so that you won't forget about self. And with the time that we have left, we're going to talk about the DIMPS Caregivers Wellness Planner.
Yes. So whether you're a single, married, or professional caregiver, we want this to be meaningful and helpful to you, because it's great to prescribe and say, do this, do this, do this, do this, do that, the other. But the goal is for you to know how. How can you do that? Like, what does an assessment look like? So we do have our own proprietary caregiver wellness planner. And what that does is it helps you to identify the date or the day of the week. You plan out for the week is how we do it. Every Sunday we sit down and we plan out for the week. But this DIMPS Caregiver Wellness Planner, it is an assessment. So the very first thing that comes after the date is you talk about what you're grateful for. There's three things. You're going to list three things that you're grateful for. And based on your caregiver type, whether you're single, married, or professional, we will walk you through a caregiver assessment of where you are mentally, physically, spiritually, what's working, what's not working. What are your caregiver goals? What does that look like for you? Because the DIMPS self-care caregiver wellness roadmap it's a roadmap, it's a guide, but it does not help you if it's not unique to you. And so when you apply to work with us and we provide that one-on-one coaching, we actually get down to the nitty-gritty of where you are physically and mentally and spiritually. And we give you very specific tools on how to craft your goals, how to develop that self-care plan, and then how to follow up, what additional assessments you may need, because we're not all things health and wellness. We have a variety of providers and affiliates and partners that help us care for not only ourselves, but our clients. And when we speak of a self-care wellness plan, we're not just talking about, oh, go out and get a pedicure. No,
That's
we're
right.
talking about what is don't take this the wrong way. What is a garlic enema? Like, what in the world is that? I've never even heard of that. What does a lymphatic drainage look like for me? Where can I even go to get that?
Mm-hmm.
What is a wellness respite retreat? A lot of people talk about vacations. A vacation is just time away from your problems. You still have to go back to those problems.
That's right.
And so when you apply to work with us, these are all different membership opportunities that will allow you to learn more about yourself physically, mentally, how to get the mental help you need, the spiritual help you need, and opportunity to rejuvenate who you are in those 3 areas, and not just give you a prescription and you walk away with all these things to do. It's just going to feel more burdensome. We give you things that are tangible and practical, that you can go out to Walmart, get you a foot bucket and put some salt in it with some baking soda, soak your feet for 10 minutes and you'll feel worlds better. We're very, very practical on the health and wellness side. Spiritual side takes more time because depending on your faith, some of you all don't believe in God, and that's okay. But everybody has a spirit being that they have to acknowledge, and we walk you through that. So I hope that is helpful to you in terms of what the assessment, the Caregiver Wellness Planner looks like. And we have about 3 minutes left to wrap up and allow Sherelle to show our video. So is there anything else you'd like to say?
Absolutely, sweetheart. Thank you so much. Mm-hmm. The last thing I want to share with you is just 2 things really fast. My wife and I, we done what we call a ION foot detox. This is what makes us so unique and so different and so special. We don't live our life in a bubble. We go beyond. We take care of mental, spiritual, and physical. That has to do with eating, that has to do with exercising, that has to do with the Word of God, and also has to do with the way of living that's a balanced living. So you may ask, what is a ION foot detox? Simply, I'm glad you asked. Placing your foot in some water, it pulls the detox out of your foot, and it shows you what you've been eating, how much sugar you've been eating, how much iron is in your body. Need I go on?
And it's not a medical, this is the thing. We know you can go to the doctor and they can bill for certain services, but what my husband is referring to are things because of the relationships we have. You get a plan, you get a package, and you go and you get what you need without having to go through the hoops of the traditional healthcare system. If you're all about traditional healthcare, we can definitely refer you and help you out with that.
Yes.
But what we're talking about are very tangible, everyday things in your community that you can tap into at a very affordable rate, and we will help you. We will help you find the help that you need. That's part of what we do.
Absolutely. And the last part, for those that are believers, like my wife said, not everyone's a believer. We will leave you with this. Isaiah 26:3. Again, Isaiah 26:3 says, you will keep him in perfect peace, that you is Christ, whose mind is stayed on you. That person is Christ. Last part, trust in the Lord forever. We have a responsibility as believers. If we want peace, keep our mind on the Word of God. If we want peace, trust God in all times, not just troublesome times, emergency times, all the time. Live in that way of frame of mind. That's what's helped us. That's what's helping us. And that's what's keeping us. Thank you all for your time. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for fellow caregivers. Sherelle, thank you for doing such a wonderful job.
Yes.
We love each and every one of you. God bless.
Yes. Thank you, Sherelle. As Sherelle comes back on, we put on the comments how to contact us.
Absolutely.
At the bottom of the screen on our header, it's kldconsulters.com. We're more than happy to help. If we can't help you, we will direct you on where to get help. That's part of what we do to serve, make an impact, and leave a legacy. Thank you, Sherelle.
Thank you so much. And watch this video. It's wonderful.
Share.
Talk to us. We love you.
We do. And we're praying.
Thank you so much.
I am still back here. Y'all know I'll be behind the scenes having me a good time. Oh my goodness. Come on through the depths. Y'all done did the darn thing. Okay, so that was so I'm telling you, y'all know what I'm doing behind the scenes, but I am so excited right now, right? Y'all came and just broke it down. This is Mr. Keith and Dr. Katandra Demps. They are in the holistic health. They cook together, they travel together, they love together, they sing together, they play together. Come on, that's what love is all about, good people. I
Amen.
love you guys. I thank you for coming on stage. This is wonderful. Listen, everybody go over to the Facebook Global Caregivers Network. Speakers. Global Caregiver Speakers is where they got all the comments going. They running me over with these comments. I can't keep up with them now. So thank you all for joining us. The Demps, this is not the first nor the last time that you will be on this platform along with the other speakers. We're going to keep this thing going. This is caregiving. This is what we do
Thank you.
all day, every day. No, thank you all for joining us. And we'll catch up with you again. Going over to the Facebook page because I'm throwing in some comments. I'm trying to keep up, man. Y'all know virtual assistants out there. I'm telling you. You got to toggle this stuff, right? But anyway, thank you so much. I love you guys. Keep doing what you're doing. And listen, I got to catch up to you guys about ionic foot detox. I've heard about it. I know when I heard ions, that meant electrolytes to me because we all do have an electrolyte imbalance in our body somewhere. The salt, the chloride, the water, all of that goes together. So with that chemical imbalance, everything is in the foot, is in the hands, right? So I know a little bit about it, but we're going to talk about it. Okay. Thank you so much. I try to keep up with y'all. So go over and look at the comments, man. All right. Take care. Thank you, God. Thank you all for joining us. All right. Go over to the comments and the audience. Go over to the Facebook Global Caregiver Speakers, baby. That's where it's going on that over there. Thank you to Demps.
You're welcome.
Thank you,
Cheryl.
Thank you.
Welcome. Okay, you heard it first right here. Global Caregiver Speakers. We're going to keep this thing going. It's so much information. I'm telling you, it's a lot of information that's going forth as caregivers. We have people that came on already this morning. Judy Amber came on. Let me get this list together. There was a plethora of speakers came on. Judy Amber was on this morning. Judy Amber, Paula Mueller, Dr. Ethel Lord, Dr. Jennifer Stelter. Who else? A couple others came on. This is who else we had on here. We had Rena Boston Ranger, Dr. Jennifer Stelter I just talked about, Aaron Gallon, okay, Charlene Sparks, Dr. Josephine Harris, Judy A. Hewitt, and Dr. Patricia Goodman. And you just heard from the Demps, Mr. Keith and Dr. Katandra Demps. Listen, go over to the Facebook page, Global Caregivers, and see what's going on. There's so many comments out there, I can't even keep up with. So go ahead, put your comment there, share with us in the comments what you received from the speakers that was on earlier today and now. Talk to us. So next coming to the stage, without further ado, who am I? Somebody asked, who are I am Sherelle D. Mims. I am your moderator, your host, whatever you want to call me. I am for the love of caregiver. I didn't want to put this all together, right? I didn't do it. We all did it. I'm glad they said yes. Now you in the audience that's on the Global Caregiver Speakers or the Global Caregivers Network, connect with me. This is where you want to be. This is the place you want to be to come share your story. This is where you want to be. We're going to have another one in November. Mark your calendars for the second Saturday in November. I believe that is November the 8th. Someone put it in the chat. the second Saturday in November. Please look at the calendar for me. I believe it's November the 8th or 10th or something like that. Put it in the chat. Those of you that want to come on the platform and speak just like this, connect with me. My email is Sherelle, SHERRELL at globalcaregivers.net. You can always direct message me on Facebook, but it's better to send it to me in the email so I can keep up with you. I don't be on Facebook like that all the time. Connect with me via email. Sherelle, SHERRELL at globalcaregivers.net. That's where we at right now. We have another wonderful speaker that's coming to the platform. We have John L. Webb Jr. Let me just tell you something about John here. John is with the excuse me, John. So John L. Webb, that's W-E-B-B Jr., he is coming to share with us medication call reminder. How many of you, listen, just forgot to take your medication? You just forgot about it. The whole day done got past you. You forgot about your medication. Well, guess what? John, medication call reminder. Taking their medication at the right time, the right dose, and he has also been in the healthcare industry for over 30 years. What is his passion? He is passionate about his work as it helps people stay emotionally and physically healthy. John is out of Tampa Bay. He's also with the AARP Caregiver Accelerator Pitch Contest. He won that. He was a finalist. And he's also the Caregivers Resource Helpline. I mean, John is just out here. He's a caregiver. That's the main thing. He's doing it. So let me just share this with you. In the service of others, do not become disservice to yourself. That is his mantra. In the service of others, do not become disservice to yourself. That's good, John. I like that. I like that. So let me introduce you to John with this video.
Meet John L. Webb Jr., founder of Medication Call Reminder, a company dedicated to helping people live healthier lives by taking the right medication and the right dose at the right time. With over 30 years of experience in the healthcare and eldercare industry, John is passionate about his work as it helps people stay emotionally and physically healthy. As a long-distance caregiver for his mom, John knew the challenges that caregivers and individuals face in managing medication regimens. That's why he created Medication Call Reminder, a service that uses technology to improve medication adherence and caregiver support. In this presentation, we will discuss the importance of medication adherence, the challenges that caregivers and individuals face, and how Medication Call Reminder can help to overcome these challenges. So, let's get started with the presentation on using technology to improve medication adherence and caregiver support.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you, Sherelle, for that presentation from the video. I noticed that it was in and out, but essentially it kind of covered my purpose. And in fact, the reasons why I started Medication Call Reminder. You may have seen the picture of me with my mom. It was really at that point in time when she was having some trouble just remembering to take her medication. And I had said, as a dutiful son, Mom, I think I can help you with that. And I decided to set up a service that she would get a reminder call, and the call came in, and she would just help her to remember to take her medication. And then when I followed up, I asked her, I said, Mom, what did you think about the service? And she said, Oh, John, I really like it when that nice lady called to remind me to take my medication. But unbeknownst to her, it was an automated call, but essentially it said to her that showed that someone cared. So it's been my passion from that experience to help others, and particularly caregivers who are experiencing similar concerns for their loved ones, and ways in which they can monitor their medication and, in effect, to make sure they're taking the right medication, the right dose at the right time. So I want to just talk today about a tool. Really, a lot of the conversations leading up to this time have been about caregivers and the roles and the responsibilities of being a caregiver. Uh, Essentially, what I'm offering is a tool in support of that role and responsibility, because essentially, on a day-to-day basis, caregivers are challenged with a variety of things that they need to do for the people that they're caring for, and most importantly, or if you will, of equal importance, things that they need to be doing for themselves. So to have a tool that can be of help in that area is really what I would like to talk further about. And specifically, just wanted to talk in terms of medication adherence, the whole area of medication adherence, and the need for caregiver support. Uh, Medication adherence and caregiver support are crucial for managing chronic conditions like arthritis, asthma, cancer, depression, diabetes, heart disease, and more, to prevent disease progression. Research shows about 50% of people with chronic conditions do not take their medications prescribed. Uh, and so as a result, people are, there's an increase of cost in terms of uh, not only not being able to adhere to their medication, but overall in terms of the cost to the healthcare system. But just think about that. 1 out of 2 people, again, with chronic conditions are not taking their medications as prescribed. And a variety of reasons for that. There are essentially challenges in terms of medication adherence and in terms of caregiving. So, there, for example, is forgetfulness. There's medication side effects. It's difficulty managing complex medication schedules. And then there's the cost, all of which can contribute to medication non-adherence. And as I said, it was really the concerns I had for my mother at that time that really helped me to move forward with developing this service. But let's keep in mind, medication non-adherence is a widespread problem affecting many individuals and leading to worse health outcomes. As a caregiver, you're facing a variety of challenges in supporting patients with medication regimens, including managing multiple medications and dealing with medication side effects. A couple of facts are that older people use more medication than any other age group, and it is important to ensure that they take their medication at the right time and in the right dose. Normal body changes that come with aging can cause medicines to build up in the body, leading to unwanted side effects or drug overload. Older people may have a higher concentration of fat and less muscle, leading to medications being stored in fatty reserves and changing their effects on their body. And importantly, elderly persons are at higher risk for harmful drug interactions due to taking multiple medications, making it important for doctors to know all about medications. I mean, doctors to know more about the medications as well as prescription and over the counter. So it's important to know the name and purpose of each medication, how often, how long it should be taken, and possible side effects with other medications and precautions or restrictions. So in that regard, as a caregiver, keeping a written log of all medications, including prescriptions, over-the-counter drugs, can serve as a reminder and safety check. And as well as placing pills in individual plastic pill box with the times they should be taken written on top can help with remembering which medications to take. So again, these are all helpful tools, helpful tips. Part of that reality, though, is that people become distracted. People, with time as they age, are forgetting, and particularly if you're a long distance caregiver, your concerns are knowing that your loved one is taking their medication as prescribed. So again, we talk about how can technology really assist in those areas. So essentially, technology solution that I'm referring to is medication call reminder. Uh, Purpose of which is to help to improve people taking their medication and really in ways in which it can be tracked. The way the service is designed, it will essentially automatically provides up to 5 scheduled phone call or text reminders a day. And as a caregiver, you would be notified when the person takes their medication or acknowledges taking their medication. So when the call comes in, it just says, this call is to remind you to take your medication, and just to acknowledge by pressing 1 to indicate that you've taken your medication. So again, it's a simple tool. It's using the phone. It's not necessarily the need for an app. And really, quite frankly, when we're talking about elderly or older people, they're more comfortable just using the phone. So we've really been able to build on that technology in ways in which to make a difference. One of the other features of the service is how one can record their personal reminder. So the ways in which, as I said, it's automated when the call comes in, and which is using text to speech. But the other feature allows for a caregiver to use their own voice, if you will, to send a reminder message. So it's like, "Hi, Mom. This is John, just calling to remind you to take your morning medication." And again, it really makes a difference when they hear it from a trusted voice. So that's the way our service is designed, not only for the peace of mind for the individual, but also for the caregiver. So again, with technology, solutions can help address the challenges of medication non-adherence and caregiver support by providing support and tools to manage more effectively. Um, One of the things just to make note of, there have been case studies that research has shown that technology solutions like medication call reminder can improve medication adherence and reduce healthcare costs. Cost studies have demonstrated the positive impact of technology solutions on caregiver support and patient outcomes. And again, technology solutions have the potential to improve medication adherence and caregiver support, leading to better health outcomes and quality of life for patients and caregivers alike. So again, in conclusion, just want to make the point how the role of caregiving, dealing with the day-to-day responsibilities over time, it becomes draining. It's really a matter of work-life balance, particularly if you're working or if you're a long-distance caregiver. It's having a support such as a reminder service that can really make a difference for you. So again, what we're talking about ways in which technology solutions can help address the challenges of medication non-adherence, caregiver support, all of which again can be leading to better health outcomes and reduced healthcare costs. So again, I appreciate the time just to have this opportunity to talk about medication call reminder. And as it was stated previously, it's been my mantra for caregivers is to remember, as a caregiver, in the service of others, do not become a disservice to yourself. And you can learn more about medication call reminder. I'll put my information in the chat. And again, Sherelle, thank you very much for this opportunity. And I wish all a very happy caregiving experience as well, and recognizing the rewards and the challenges. So thank you very much.
John L. Webb Jr., thank you for joining us. Thank you so much, John, for joining us. We all know that with medications, we all forget to take it. So listen, connect with John, put in the chat your information, John, or well on Facebook, so they can connect with you, because that is a device or a tool that people can use to remind themselves to take their medication.
May I just
Thank you
add?
so much, John.
Yeah, one thing, we offer a 14-day free trial. So for anyone who's interested, you can go to that. I just put it in the chat. You can sign up for a 14-day free trial of the service. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We appreciate you, John.
Thank
Medication
you.
reminder. Some of us going to need that. I hope it's not me.
Girl, everybody can use it. you don't have to need it to use it. Put it that way. All right.
I
Thank you
know,
very much.
but you wanted to remind you to take your medication. So, but God,
Exactly.
thank you so much, John. You did an excellent job with your presentation, just like all of the other caregivers. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Listen, stick and stay, the caregivers, because I'm gonna bring everyone back up to the stage, and we're gonna close this out very soon. So stick and stay with us, okay? Thank you so much. Everybody over there on Facebook, I can't put in no more comments. They beating me to them right now. So thank you so much, John.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Okay, there you have it. We're going to keep this going. I am just so excited on what God is doing with this platform. This is not even about me. This is so much bigger than me. Why do I say that? Because caregivers are worldwide. I haven't even went outside of the US because there's so many caregivers in the United States. This is a global caregivers network. When I say global, we're going outside to the four corners of the world. This is what we're going to do. You got to start at home, right? Start in the US and then work your way around the four corners of the earth. That's where I'm at with everything. I am so excited that you guys decided to say yes and come on the platform with me. This is not an I thing, this is a we thing. All of us that sharing our stories today, it is close to our heart. This is what we do, this is what we talk about. So thank you. We thank you. And so we're not going to delay it any longer. We have Laura Herman coming to the stage next. And you know what? We're going to close this out in a little bit. Mario P. Fields, our Sergeant Major, retired General. I'm telling you right now, this has been so wonderful. Mario is going to close us out. But right now we have Laura. She's going to come to the stage right quick and share her story about finding the message in dementia behavior communications. Her topic, that's it, finding the message in dementia behavior communication. Laura has been a dementia care professional for over 25 years. In her role ranging from a direct caregiver to a facility administrator, she has spent a lifetime learning about mental, emotional health, behavior communication in dementia. Laura is not new to the game in dementia. She learned about how to understand and appreciate behavior communication in dementia at her blog, ABC Dementia. So, Laura, I'm going to have you come on up to the stage and we're going to have you share your story your way. Thank you so much, Laura.
Oh, thank you so much, Sherelle. Yeah, today I thought I would share one of the most valuable lessons that I learned during my decades in dementia care, which is that many of the so-called behavioral symptoms of dementia can be alleviated simply just by meeting human needs. So we human beings need a lot. And beyond our basic needs for food, water, and shelter, we have a lot of psychosocial and emotional needs also. And when these needs go unmet, we experience all kinds of ill effects. Effects like depression, irritability, fatigue, difficulty concentrating. Effects that sound strikingly similar to a list of so-called behavioral symptoms of dementia. So my memory care staff and I used to spend a lot of time putting out fires. We always had crises, always had important things that needed urgent attention, but behavior tracking helped us change all that. It's always so calm and peaceful here. It's a common comment that we would hear when visitors entered our memory care center. We had about 24 residents with dementia living in our little home. Our residents tended to be alert, happy, engaged in meaningful activity, and functioning at their highest capacity. Some doing so well that they were able to spend time volunteering in the greater community. We used almost no antipsychotic medications, although at that time about a quarter of people with dementia nationwide were prescribed these dangerous drugs in order to control their behavioral symptoms. And our staff, our resident and family satisfaction was through the roof. But it hadn't always been that way. We were always considered a good memory care community, but we had our share of behavior issues. We had Susanna picking fights with the other residents. We had Mac glowering at everyone around him, shaking his fist and muttering and scowling at the world at large. Margaret was berating staff and others around her, screaming at them, "You're such an idiot. You're so stupid. You're so useless." Leslie was punching her caregivers as they would gently assist her with her personal care and speak to her in loving tones. So as the administrator, I would talk with the staff about it. "It's okay," they would assure me kindly. "It doesn't hurt. It's just the dementia. She doesn't mean it." But despite their well-intentioned hearts, these caregivers were dead wrong. It was true that Leslie didn't mean to hurt them, and it was good that they recognized that fact. But where they were missing the boat, where we were all really missing the boat up until we discovered the magic of behavior tracking, was that it wasn't just the dementia. There was something else wrong. The medical community as a whole tends to write off dementia as largely untreatable, offering little to be done about these so-called behavioral symptoms of dementia. So these are your symptoms like anxiety, depression, social withdrawal, anger, aggression, sleep disturbances, fatigue, lost interest in favorite activities, changes in appetite, difficulty concentrating or making decisions, difficulty regulating one's own behavior or controlling impulses, and antisocial behavior that would harm or disrupt others. But as we discovered for ourselves and for hundreds of people living with dementia over the years, in most cases, there really is a lot that can be done to help ease these issues. And that's because most of them aren't actually resulting from the dementia itself. Most are actually symptoms of unmet human needs. So human needs go beyond our basic needs for food, water, and shelter. We have a need for physical comfort, to have our pain and our medical conditions properly treated. We also have a myriad of psychosocial, emotional needs. We need to connect with others. We need to engage in activities that we find personally meaningful. We need to feel competent, useful, valuable. We need to exert control over our own lives. We need to be able to process difficult emotions and to be able to grieve for our losses. And we need to be able to grow and heal deeply, spiritually, especially as we near the end of life and struggle with our own mortality, our fading health, our loss of independence, and our waning cognitive faculties. Dementia doesn't erase our human needs, but it does make it exponentially harder for us to recognize and to manage them ourselves, and for us to communicate them to others. So when we, as care partners for people living with dementia, when we can help identify and support their unmet needs, we can actually make an enormous difference in their mood, their behavior, and their ability to think and even function, which is all well and good, but how do we actually do that? How can we determine which needs are going unmet? The answer lies in tracking their behavior. When words fail us, humans communicate via behavior. In fact, it's estimated that for any of us, only about 7% of communication is verbal, and the other 93% comes from body language, facial expression, tone of voice, and behavior. Communicating with people with dementia does come more easily for some people than others, but even the most experienced among us can't necessarily see the message right away. In many cases, it requires a process called behavior tracking. Using behavior tracking, we can uncover the message hidden in behavior and help people with dementia feel and function at their best. Using behavior tracking, we transformed our memory care community from good to outstanding on every metric. But much more important than that was the transformation that it made for each individual resident and their families. Like Susanna, who stopped picking fights and pushing people away once we figured out how to reach her through her loneliness. Like Mac, who stopped shaking his fist and glaring at the world. He regained his kind demeanor once we met his needs for purpose and pain control. Margaret stopped insulting us, started smiling sweetly and thanking us profusely for our friendship once her pain was adequately treated. And Leslie stopped hitting and started humming along with the staff who would help her with her personal care once we learned that singing met her need for emotional security. And there's literally hundreds of others whose lives, moods, and behavior were transformed beyond belief using behavior tracking. The process itself is simple. We just make a note of each distressing behavior. We review them together with a team looking for patterns and clues as to which needs might be unmet. Then we test out our theories and adapt our approaches until we figure out what works. If you want to learn more about the details of behavior tracking, you can go to the ABC Dementia blog, where we focus on appreciating behavioral communication in dementia, and read the article entitled Tracking Behaviors, a Powerful Tool in Dementia Care. It'll provide step-by-step instructions and all the tools that you need to start tracking behaviors on your own. I also want to invite you to my ABC Dementia Behavior Tracking Training course, where we can go over all the details and any questions you might have together. And you'll receive a special rate of only $20 for the rest of April as a thank you for attending today's summit. I'd also be available from there to partner with you to routinely review your loved one's behavior and find the message hidden within. Please feel free to email me with any questions. But before I close, I do want to be very clear that most types of dementia can't be cured. Behavior tracking doesn't make it go away. People with dementia continue to experience memory loss, difficulty with executive functioning, logic, and all the other effects of the damage to their brain. However, if we can get them everything that they need right when they need it, or at least as close to that ideal as possible, there's a remarkable transformation. And it is so gratifying to see how well people with dementia can fare when more of their needs are met. So remember, dementia doesn't negate our human needs, but it does get in the way of meeting them. Many behavioral symptoms of dementia can be alleviated simply by meeting these needs. And the key to determining which needs might be unmet lies in a method called behavior tracking. In the meantime, please be mindful to consciously meet your own needs as well. We all feel and function at our best when our needs are met. Thank you so much.
You better come on through here, Laura. Thank you so much.
Thank
That
you,
was
Cheryl.
so wonderful and profound, what you just said at the end. All of our needs is met when what?
We all feel and function at our best when our needs are met. Caregivers, dementia, children, adults, all of us.
That is so correct. Once you meet my physical need, my spiritual need, I'm good. Don't tell me nothing about what you do, how you do it. I want to know, can you feed me? Can you get me something to eat first? Right? Our physical need, our basic necessities of life. Thank you so much for sharing that, Laura. And I'm just going to say a little bit while I take you off the stage. Listen, for all of you that's still here, okay, thank you so much, Laura.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Okay, listen, for all of you wonderful people that endured us all the way to the end, listen, it's not over until it's over. We got the anchor man here. I just gave him this name, the anchor man, right? Mario P. Fields, Sergeant Major, retired Mario P. Fields. This brother right here, this is our first male. So I got all this first going on in my mind. Mario is the first military male on this platform. Give Mario a hand. And listen, I salute him for being a major, a retired sergeant major. Those on the platform that are military, Judy Amber, Sergeant Major Mario P. Fields, and I think it may be someone else that's in the military, or her husband was in the military, Dr. Ethel Lord. We salute you. We thank you for your service. You didn't have to do it, but you did it, and I'm thankful that you came out of it. Listen, I'm giving a hand. Let's give a hand to all of our military vets that have been there and stuck in there with us. So let me go ahead. Sergeant Major Mario P. Fields. He's going to come share with us caregiving for a spouse with autoimmune encephalitis. I just stopped right there. I'm not saying autoimmune, but I'm going to come let him share his story his way. Mario P. Fields is a dynamic personality, and he's a highly sought after resource in business and professional circles for professionals looking to create and expand business opportunities. He served in the military for 26 years in the United States Marine Corps before working at the executive level in the civic sector, developing startup companies in the for-profit and nonprofit sector. He's a coach in the digital content creators, and he helped transition service members. Wow. Mario, listen, I'm going to let you come up and share your story. His reputation, now let me just say this, because his reputation reflects unquestionable integrity, resilience, accountability, and he has a strong passion for helping other people achieve their goals. Come on up to the stage. Come on up, come on up, come on up. Mario, I'm telling you right now, he is our anchor man. He anchored it. He's gonna pull everybody in, baby. He was patient. He's kind. He stayed back there and helped us and said, "Okay, I'll be the anchor man." Thank you so much, Mario, for everything that you have done, for your patience, for your cooperation. And listen, let us not forget your wife. Okay, this is a we thing, baby. Mario has taken care of his wife during her most horrific incident in life. She had autoimmune encephalitis. I'm gonna let him share his story his way. Then I'm gonna come back after him because you stopped me right there at autoimmune, my brother. Okay, take it away, Mario.
Thank you, Sherelle. Amazing and warm remarks. I truly appreciate it. I'm still smiling and blushing with my eyes. First, before I begin, I just want to say thank you to Sherelle for even coming up with this idea. All of the hard work behind the scenes and things that we can't see, and the effort, right, that we could not see. And so her vision is just amazing, and her passion for helping people and bringing, world-class presenters together that are living real life experiences, caregiving. and allowing all of us to share these experiences, the tips and resources with the world. I mean, I saw you had people tuned in from the UK and all over the world. And so again, thank you so much for that. Number two, to the presenters, all the presenters. I've listened to all of the unique journeys, and I've taken notes. And so thank you, because I have no idea what tomorrow's going to bring. Heck, I don't even know what might happen in the next 30 minutes, but at least I got some tips and some resources from every single one of you on this platform. And then lastly, to those who are currently caregivers, and then people who may become caregivers, you know, even during this show, maybe tomorrow. I mean, sometimes it's unexpected, but I just want to say thank you. I'll always keep you in my prayers and my thoughts, because it's very complex. It's very challenging. And those you are caregiving for, I believe they don't want to be in that state. It's just something that happens. And if they had a choice, if they had a vote, they would vote to be healthy like us and not sometimes believe that they are a burden. So what I'm going to briefly do is, one, go through the background of autoimmune encephalitis, give you guys a little bit of statistics and background so it helps you gain a better understanding of this rare autoimmune disease. I do have a video. I'd like to thank Nicole, my lovely bride of 28 years, for allowing me to share this brief video of her. I'll give you guys a little bit of information on what made me start to record her during her most recent journey dealing with this autoimmune disease. So we'll watch a little video, about 60 seconds, and then I'll go over just some of the treatment options that's out there for people who have this this rare disease, and then I'm sorry, yeah, there was some technical difficulties, and then before we watch the video, after we watch the video, I will give you guys a little background on how I felt, the emotions I experienced, how it was, and then provide some tips, and then that will be it. So I hope you guys stay with me. So here's a little bit of background. It is called anti-NMDA receptor encephalitis. Sometimes you'll hear people say anti-NMDAR. There's also a movie on Netflix called Brain on Fire. Tyler Perry stars in that Netflix movie. So that also can give you another resource to kind of gain a better understanding of what it is. But it's commonly known as autoimmune encephalitis. It was discovered recently in 2007 by a neurologist named Joseph Dalmau, and it's estimated that 1 in 1.5 million people, that's 1 in 1.5 million people worldwide, are diagnosed with this disease a year. All right, a year. In approximately half of the cases, they're associated with some type of tumor, a tumor in the ovaries. And so around 80% of those affected are women. So again, 80% of those that are affected by this are women. Of course, the other 20% are males. When it surfaces, it normally surfaces when you're young, of course, but it can surface at any time. But the majority of people who are diagnosed with it, accurately diagnosed, they are 45 years of age or less. What is interesting about my lovely wife is, of course, she's transparent about it. She actually doesn't look her age, but she was 47 when she was diagnosed with this disease, and she had no tumors. So the things they were looking for, they weren't there. The diagnosis is usually based on a specific antibody in your cerebral spinal fluid. So there's only two ways to diagnose it to today. One is they have to do a lumbar puncture and then send that specimen off to the Mayo Clinic. It takes about 3 weeks for it to come back, either confirmed or not, right, positive or negative. The other way, which is the least preferred way, is to do a brain biopsy. So Again, the only two ways is lumbar puncture or a brain biopsy to either say, yes, you have this rare autoimmune disease, or no, you do not. A lot of times MRIs, they come back normal. They come back normal. So for example, her first flare-up, major flare-up, was 2013. And she was in 2 hospitals and ICU in both hospitals. And they, the doctors tested her for everything except they did not do a lumbar puncture to send it to the Mayo Clinic specifically to see if those antibodies existed. So after 2 hospitals, they said she's completely healthy. There's nothing wrong. We don't know what to tell you, Mr. Fields. She's lethargic. She lost her memory. I had to reteach her how to kind of walk, but really she didn't even know what a toothbrush was. So when I brought her home, she's like, "What's that?" I said, "Babe, that's a toothbrush." But I had no answers. They said maybe it's psychosis, and they were like, "Hey, maybe she had some childhood trauma, maybe her time in the military, because Nicole was a Navy veteran." It was all psychiatric. They were like, medically, through science, empirical data, she is healthy. And I'm like, okay. I'm watching her behavior and I'm going, okay, this is not, I don't know. So very confusing, but she got through it. She healed, and that was again 2013. And then she had a flare up in 2020. 2020, she had a flare up, and this one was different. And she was committed to 2 psychiatric hospitals, 2 of them. And this was during the pandemic. She became suicidal. I had to call 911. I had to pin her against the couch and call 911, and had 3 cops show up to the house. They did an assessment and they said, "Hey, we're going to have to put her in handcuffs." I get a little emotional. I'm sorry. And they said, "You can't come with her because of the pandemic." So it was extremely hard for me to watch my wife, who has no idea what's going on. She's staring at me and I can't help her. And to watch her get put in handcuffs, to get put in the back of a police car, and to get committed to a psychiatric hospital was brutal. When she got released from that hospital, she was not functioning normally. And then 72 hours later, I had to call the cops again to get her put back into the hospital, where this time they did a 5150, which is she was committed to psychiatric hospital in Pasadena, California, against her will. And that was for about a month. And during this time, they kept saying she's having a mental breakdown. We're going to put her on psychotic medication. But she'll get well because she's stressed out. And so then this most recent journey, it was different again. But this time, thank you to the doctors at Naval Medical Center, Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, and Duke University Hospital. Because the neurologist at the hospital, Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, he said, "Do you have medical records? Do you have any medical records?" I said, "I've been married to her since I was 19. I kept everything." I said, "Not only are we've been in love since I was 19. I said, heck, we grew together. So we're more than just husband and wife. We're best friends. We're buddies, you name it." And I went home and grabbed him and took him there, and he reviewed the records. And he said, "She's never ran a fever." And I said, "Interesting." I said, "I don't know what that means." He goes, "You guys are going to Duke University. I believe she has friendly fire. I believe her immune system is attacking her brain." Which leads me to some of the behaviors that's associated with this rare disease. They may not run fevers. They may have headaches because, when the immune system attacks the brain parts of the brain becomes inflamed. They may feel tired. They may have seizures. But the big things, they may have a lot of psychosis and a lot of behaviors that are associated with the mental illness. And that's how a lot of times they often get misdiagnosed. And when I say they, those are people who actually have autoimmune encephalitis. So before we watch this brief video, before we play it, I just want to let you guys know the reason why I started to record is because I could not find raw material called words, put them together to describe what was happening. So I just started recording. So when the doctors from both hospitals would come in and do their rounds, they would say, Mr. Fields, how was last night? And I would just hit play. So that way they can see for themselves what was happening. And in the video, what you guys are about to see is Nicole is actually catatonic. She's hallucinating. She's paranoid. But the way she's presenting is very atypical. So it's not normal. And so I want you guys to really see it. That way you can get a sense of what was happening.
You're such a promise. You did.
What's your name?
We.
What's your name?
Me.
What's your? You can't put your.
I'm looking right dead at it. Looking dead at it.
What are you looking at?
Right there.
You actually shut the door. You gotta let's see if she can successfully get to the cops. And the plane is landing. Success.
So the great news is it's treatable once it's found. Only about 4% of people who are diagnosed with autoimmune encephalitis actually die from the disease itself. And then after the doctors confirm that your loved one they have it, then they will go through about 2 years minimum of immunosuppressive medications called rituximab infusions. And so Nicole gets rituximab infusion once every 6 months, and normally the infusion is about 6 to 8 hours. And it, of course, it reduces her autoimmune system. And about 10% after treatment will have some type of reoccurrence, and then about I think 10 to 20% will still have kind of lifelong effects mentally from the amount of brain inflammation. I am proud to say today that they found Nicole's late in life, and a neurologist up at Duke University, right? Dr. Skeen told us that she is one of the rare people who have completely recovered. And she has all of her psychosis and things that were impacted by this disease. She no longer has at this point. So I'm thankful for that. I thank God for that. And I thank the wonderful professionals at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina's Naval Medical Center and Duke University Hospital. So tips. I was confused. I felt helpless. Here I am. You're right. I'm a United States Marine. What I believe is I served for 26 plus years protecting our nation. I'd say United States of America, right? Our nation, if you're in the U.S., most precious jewel called freedom. And I helped so many people around the world, so many people during humanitarian assistance, disaster relief, people who couldn't help themselves. I have a passion for helping people. But here it is, my lovely bride, and I was helpless. I could not help her. So I thought, but then I realized I can help her. And here's the tips. One, be patient. Be patient and allow your emotions to flow. If you're male, especially men, it's okay to cry. It is okay. Matter of fact, I believe you're more of a man if you cry and then not. It's more healthy, because if you suppress those emotions, you're not helping the person you're caregiving for, because now you're starting to battle with some internal turbulence. So be patient and let your emotions go. Number two, for me, I prayed and I prayed hard. I grounded my soul, right, in something that was solid, positive, and it was another source of power I could go to where I could not get help from any other person on this earth. So find something that can ground your spiritual structure to be a very more powerful and impactful caregiver. And then the third thing, what they say, you guys heard Laura just previously said, when you're caregiving for someone who the organ called the brain is not functioning correctly, when they do things, don't take it personally. There are many times Nicole would say things to me and do things. I go, what the hell? But I don't hold it against her. Don't take it personal, because it's not them that's doing it. It's their brain that they have lost control over, depending on what type of illness they have or sickness they have that's causing them to behave in a certain way. So don't take it personal. And it inspired Unarmored Talk podcast, our podcast that's about to be 3 years this year. And so we believe, just like Sherelle, we believe in the power of storytelling. It's very powerful for this current generation and generations to come. So if you guys ever want to connect with me, you can email me at host@unarmoredtalk.com. If you want to check out some amazing episodes, you can go to www.unarmoredtalk.com. Go on that landing page, and it'll give you all the audio and the video. And if you want to connect to me through all of my social media platforms, one-stop shop, gets you from TikTok to Twitter to everything else I'm doing. You can find me on paradedeck.com. That's paradedeck.com. There's a search bar, and it says search for your favorite content creator. And you can find Mario P. Field, Sergeant Major, in front of that, retired, and follow me on Parade Deck. Thank you so much for tuning in, and I truly appreciate everyone.
We at? Let's see where we at. Wow, Mario, what an anchor. What an anchor. Oh my goodness. This has been such a wonderful and kind of like an emotional summit this go round. We had one last year. It was emotional, but it was just different things that was going on. So from every summit, I'm going to learn something. This one here was more emotional. Why? Dealing with the brain and seeing how our loved ones deteriorate sort of right before our eyes. And so that makes it emotional. Dr. Jennifer talked about how we have different senses and things that we are born with: sadness, gladness, happiness, right? These are things we are born with: anger, scared, fear, right? I heard when you said it, Mario, and I'm about to go there with you. I was about to cry myself, because you know what? To see your loved one, sitting there and you can't do anything, and for a man to cry, that's real. Don't hold tears. You can be the biggest guy in the world, but when your loved one is going through something, baby, that just takes something out of you, man. I don't care. And you a military vet, so you already know what's going on. I wish your wife can come on. Is she available to come on for a minute to show her face?
No, thank you, Sherelle. She is not.
I would have loved for her to came on and just showed us how wonderful things are going for her, because that was really an emotional trauma. Talk about PTSD. You know what I'm saying? It's all up here, baby. So thank you so much, Mario. We're going to bring up everyone. Come on up to the stage. I'm in my feelings for real now, because it's just real. I'm bringing everyone up to the stage. We're going to close this wonderful event out. Listen, those of you that's in Facebook, that's still here, please put in the comments, what did you receive from this summit today? You can put in the names. You can put down who touched you. However you want to do it in the comments. on Facebook, YouTube, Global Caregiver Speakers Network, wherever you're at watching this, put in the comments, how did this summit help you? What did you receive from this summit?
In the comments. On Facebook.
In the comments, yes. So all of my speakers, they're still here. I'm bringing everyone back up to the stage. Paula, you went out. Can you come back in, Paula, wherever you're at? Because guess what? We're going to do our grand finale. And I want you to share with the audience your final words of wisdom for being a caregiver. It can be whatever you want to say. I'm going to give you 1 minute. We're going to go around. I think Paula, she went back out. If she's able to come back in, Paula, come back in. And those who's able to come back in, I know some had to leave, but let me share with you all right now. This was so phenomenal. This was beautiful. And like I say, every time I do it, I learn something else. I want you all to listen, give yourselves a hand. Come on, give yourselves a hand. Give yourself a pat on the back. This was wonderful. This is just the beginning, baby. I want you all to mark on your calendars. If you have a pen and a paper, mark on your calendar. I have already some people waiting in the wing for November. They want to come and share their story. So let me get this calendar right. Let's get these days right. Because I'm the first one to get these days mixed up. Okay, so the second Saturday in November, November 11th, we're going to have a one-day event just like this one. We're going to have more speakers to come and share their stories. I want you to be the first to come back if you're able to. We're going to talk about it. But for those that's in the listening audience, I want you to reach out to me so you can come share your story. As you can reach me at Sherelle at globalcaregivers.net. Hold on 1 minute, please. Okay, so with everything that's going on, yes, Saturday, November 11th, we're going to do this again. We're going to have even more speakers. And then guess what? I'm already planning for our first annual inaugural in-person hybrid conference. That is going to be 2024, the second week in November. This time, you're coming to the stage or do it like this. But I'll prefer if all you can come in person. That'd be wonderful. I'm telling you right now, it's going to be off the chain. If y'all think I'm excited here on this little platform right here, you ought to see me in person, okay? I'm bringing it, and I want you guys to bring it. It's going to be wonderful. It's just something about the first. They talk about the first, in the Bible, the firstborn son, the first baby, your first ties, okay? Always the first. So I'm just going to let you guys just chill for a minute. Think about it. We're going to go around the room, lock in them dates, connect with me, globalcaregivers.net. I'm on Facebook. I'm on LinkedIn. That's all I'm doing. That's enough for me. Facebook and LinkedIn, baby. Listen, until I get me a virtual assistant, because I'm still in the wonderful civilian world working with our wonderful patients, geriatric neuropsychiatric patients. Okay, that's where I'm at with everything. So let's go around briefly. We're going to wrap this up and close out. We're a little bit over time, but I want you all to give words of wisdom to those who are caregivers. And I'm going to send everyone a poll, a survey to do on how you like, dislike, what can be done different about this summit. I want feedback, real feedback, okay? So I get all that to you. In the meantime, Judy Amber, come on with it. What's your words of wisdom for the audience?
Mario, you got me. That story, you blew my mind on that. I'm over here crying. Um, I'm going to do the wrap it up minute or less. You really hit my heart because my daughter passed from meningitis, and then they fought meningitis versus encephalitis. So you took me back in that moment, and I'm over here a hot mess. But my thing would be that you have to allow yourself to feel the pain, to heal from the pain. And my favorite quote is, "Come to me, all who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest." Matthew 11:28. And I'm so glad your wife is okay. And rest in peace, my baby girl. Thank you.
Wow. Wow. Thank you, Judy. And that's why I say this summit here is different. This is an emotional summit. We have to cry it out sometime, baby. And Judy, I hear your heartstrings because she had went through some with her daughter. Like she said, with meningitis, Mario talked about encephalitis, and it's all kind of like in that same category. It's all dealing with the brain, how to alter. It's something how the body can turn on itself, which we call autoimmune. And this is what Mario was talking about with his wife. So, Mario, anyone that want to go next, you can unmute, give us some words of them for the audience briefly. Anyone?
I'll go. This has been beautiful, and I'm like Judy, Malo's story just shut the thing down. Praise God. But the scripture that comes to my mind, as people, we need to learn how to cast all of our cares upon the Lord, for he careth for us. And that means some things can't carry the weight.
Yes.
We have to allow God to carry that weight. So casting all of our cares, and that means leave it at his feet. Is it easy? No, but worth it. Yes. And I yield my mic.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Queen Dr. Patricia. Anyone else? Words of wisdom for the audience and for us as caregivers. What would you like to share with the audience? Anyone?
Yeah, like what Judy said, that we have to feel our pain. And I think that's a absolute need of ours as humans, whether we're dealing with dementia or another disease directly in our own bodies, or if we're caregiving for somebody else. We have to grieve our losses and feel our emotions and process them. And when we do, that clears the way to let us connect better and take better care and have better outcomes all around. So, not easy to do, but it's essential.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that, Laura. Anyone else?
Yes, I would like to share that it was a topic that it was repeated throughout the conference, very, very meaningful and very powerful, that with these difficult diseases like dementia, or in the case of Mario's wife, encephalitis, it's not the person, the one that is reacting, it's their brain that is not under their control, and we don't have to take personal their outburst of behaviors. And understanding those behaviors is so important to communicate with them. And Dr. Lords also told us we have to learn to speak dementia, to speak their behaviors. That's how we can learn, and they are still loving us and in need of companion and communication. And those were beautiful messages that were expressed all today. So, and care of ourselves as caregiver, we have to take care of ourselves as well. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sharon. You did it marvelous, and we really appreciate you for giving us the opportunity to have our voices heard. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Paula. I appreciate every one of you for stepping up and saying yes. Thank you. Next. Anyone else with words of wisdom for the audience and to us? We need each other. Anyone else?
Yes, here at the DIMS, we will, first and foremost, Sherelle, thank you.
Yes. You did a
This
great
wouldn't
job.
be possible without the doors being open by the Lord leading you, giving you favor with him and with man. Thank you. And for our fellow caregivers, thank you all so much for pouring out your heart. We weren't able to come in on everyone, but we watch each and every one of you. And there were people in Arizona as well as in Florida and here in Texas that commented off of everyone speaking. You've done an outstanding job. And for the people that's here in our audience, we would love to say this much. 3 things to all of us. Number 1, let us learn to forgive. Forgive. No matter what's happening in our life, forgive is healing in the heart. Number 2, enjoy the time that you have with your loved ones. And whether they're still here or gone, enjoy your time. And then number 3, do some self-care for yourself. Enjoy your life. Like my wife mentioned earlier, and I have spent some time getting away. Do the foot detox, whatever you need to do. But do it for yourself. And know also, each and every one of you, you're so beautiful. You're
Yes.
so beautiful.
And we're excited about this upcoming virtual
Wonderful.
event. We're going to help you, Sherelle, with a virtual assistant. We're going to help you get some sponsors so you have some commercials in between for the breaks, some paid sponsors who will help support your efforts. We appreciate everything. Thank you all. You did a great job.
Wonderful. Thank you. Wow. And you just said some of the sponsors. I'm already planning for next year. So this is the time now to start getting the sponsors to come in. I want all of you guys, whatever y'all can do, sponsor, donate, whatever. This is a we thing. We're going to do this in person. We're going to let the world know that caregivers' voice matters. Okay? So Mario, you have anything to say? John? Anyone else?
I guess I can go real fast.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me? Just want to make sure. Judy,
Yes.
thank you for your service, and for all of those who have served or you have family that have served. It's easier for us to be service members. It's hard for people to support us. So the behind the scene heroes are actually the folks who support us. So thank you. I salute everybody. And number 2, thank you guys for just removing your armor. I mean, it really helped me. I look to learn every second of the day. I'm a life learner. And then last but not least, I love every single one of you, because like you guys said, 5 minutes is not guaranteed. We have no idea what can happen in 5 minutes. So while we're still living and I can see you guys, I love the heck out of you. If you guys want to see some funny videos of me and Nicole, you can go on my YouTube channel. The playlist is called Sergeant Major and His Wife. There's shorts, and then we do Instagram shorts too. So yeah, you want to see Nicole? It's funny. So she's doing just fine. Thank you.
Yeah. Excuse me. I just want to say thank you as well.
That is so
I just really feel privileged to be a part of the group, and all of what was discussed around caregiving and the responsibilities, and quite frankly, the testimonies. So it's encouraging, because we can find ourselves kind of feeling isolated, and it's helpful just to know that other people are, doing or about the same thing, ways in which to help improve the quality of life for caregivers, and the assortment of resources that are out there can clearly make a difference. I mean, it's a broad range in terms of resources, and there's a wider range in terms of need. So I really think there's an opportunity for all of us to really make a difference. So thank you.
Wow. Thank you. Y'all did it. I'm telling you, this is going down on April the 8th, 2023. We went from 9 a.m. to exactly 2:25 to 2:30 when we, so we're right schedule. So guess what? Thank you all for joining me. We're going to connect. You all some information, some feedback from you. Go back on in Facebook. Listen, y'all have to engage with these people. I couldn't keep up with them. They had comments. They wanted to get to know you guys. You guys, if y'all don't mind going back in and engaging with them, connect with them. You never know who is watching and want to connect with you, right? So thank you all so much. It was a pleasure. We're definitely going to do it again. Mark the calendar for November. We're coming back at you. We're not going to stop, baby. Caregiver voice matters. Good night, everyone. Bye-bye. See you all later. Thank you all.
Bye-bye.
That's
Love
it,
you all.
baby.
Take care.
Good night.
Good night.